stars. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming bosses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila.
Susundan ko man ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y
malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, crowd and loud, cause every enemy we devour.
susundan ko man ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y
malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas, yeah. Lakas, Pinas, malakas. Kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear.
And Knorr. Pang-marinade, panggisa at pampasarap, basta may Knorr liquid seasoning, kaya mong iluto yan.
Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow TLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Hi, love. Good luck. I love you.
Baby friend lang malakas!
Go TLPH!
Magandang hapon, super fans, and welcome back to the MPL Arena. My name is Hans Galeria, and this is us together.
Your very own Odin.
That is absolutely right. Nakalimutan ko na yun nga dapat pala ang gagawin natin because it's Family Day. Kaya inaanyayahan namin lahat ng mga manonood. Sama nyo na ang inyong nanay,
check,
tatay,
check,
ate,
check,
kuya,
check,
aso,
check,
at pusa.
Check na check.
Ang dami.
Because a family that watches MPL together wins RGs together. True ba?
Check. Well, we're about to find more about that later on because, again, from what we saw in this week number 1, marami tayong mga nakilala at marami ring nagpakilala para sa unang 2 araw natin.
Mga plot twist ng season na to, mga rookies na nagpakita na ng lakas since day 1 at ang redemption ng Onyx Philippines kahapon. All that in just 2 days, Hans. Ano pa kaya ang naghihintay sa atin ngayong araw?
Nako, nakita mo naman kanina, hindi pa nag-uumpisa yung laban. May nanalo na. But hopefully, that is gonna be an extra thing na ating matignan mula sa ating 2 matches at sa 4 na teams na maglalaban ngayong araw. Kaya ano pang hinihintay natin, Odin?
Sabay-sabay na natin tunghayan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
And welcome to the last day here for week number 1 of MPL Philippines Season 16. It's us, not the We Bear Bros. Well, it's a version of it. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Brigida to bring you our last 2 matches of the opening week.
Yesterday was, I find it difficult to find a word to describe because when we thought we understood what the teams were all about, what the league was going to bring us this 16th season, that happened.
And that, I feel like, is something I've been waiting to see for such a long time. Being, I guess, you could consider to be an MPL graduate myself, it's nice to see these graduates, these players who came from that league also soar that high as they step foot into the MPL.
And, you know, before we talk about today's matches and everything, we have to thank our sponsors, of course, to make this all happen. You can level up your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up for Vibe, you'll get 50 free raffle entries. Now, what could those raffle entries be possibly getting you guys watching at home?
Yep.
Diamonds.
Diamonds.
I'll tell you now, Joseph, you should have downloaded this yesterday. Last month, 200 lucky winners received 1,250 MOBB diamonds each. This month, we've raised the amount for all y'all to potentially win. Joseph, all of y'all to win 50,000 diamonds.
I got it.
That's a lot. I hope you guys download and sign up for the Vibe app now and begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI because 50,000 diamonds and all the upcoming skins. You'll get a lot with 50,000 diamonds.
Yeah, good luck to you guys, and don't forget to download it. I did just on day 1 because I learned about it just now, and it's amazing. So also we have to give a thanks and a shout out to Infinix. You can get the GT30 Pro. It's equipped with the all-day 120 FPS system. It's the next gen GT30 Pro from Infinix. This is now the new official tournament phone that's powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines.
Season 16 moving forward, the very device our athletes will be using on stage to showcase Lakas ng Pinas.
Yeah, and also, I know today, guys, it's rainy. It's actually more than rainy. It's pretty rough out there. I hope everyone's staying dry. If you decided to watch from home, we understand. But you can also buy your tickets for our matches that are coming up in the next weeks, of course. You can buy all the tickets that you're looking for your favorite teams. Just go to the MPL Philippines website and secure your seats now. There are some matches out there that are running out pretty quickly. So you want to go ahead and make sure that you guys grab a chance to watch here in the MPL Philippine Arena.
Yeah, I mean, in as early as day number 2 of week 1, aka yesterday, especially when we saw our 2 MSC representatives go up against each other, it was a Saturday night.
Yep.
But as mentioned by our casters, the arena was filled to the brim.
I wonder if anyone snapped a pro because you can snap a photo of any MPLPH player during specific moments. Again, when they're in action, when they're coming into the arena, you know, public spaces, safe spaces, and you can get a chance to win diamonds when you do so.
Yep, use this graphic that you see in front of your screens as your shot list, and once you snap the photo, post it on your profile with how many hashtags are these? 3? With the 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 required hashtags. So you guys have up until September 8th to submit your snaps, and I hope, as we've always mentioned, these snaps are taken in the right places.
little quick snap. There's like a new feature going around right now too on some of the apps out there. It's like quick snap. I haven't checked it out yet, but you know, maybe you guys could check that out too, or throw them all around. Snap a Pro while you guys can. And again, we hope to see you guys here in the MPL Philippines Arena. These are our current standings right now after our past couple days of matches that have broken out. I mean, I know it's only week 1, guys. But I wonder how many people predicted to see at least this. Like Twisted Minds, I know Onyx and them are tied, but who would have thought? Twisted Minds at number 1.
When was the last time y'all saw the defending champions, not just of our league, but of the entire MLBB esports ecosystem, start the season off with a sweeping loss? When?
You rarely see that. You rarely see that. Oh my goodness. Even, I know Aurora just has a single match for this week.
And Liquid.
But even then, it was also a sweep.
So far.
So it's just so surprising to see all these teams who we had such high expectations suddenly have a sweep or encountered a sweep in their first match of the season.
And that's why today's going to be great, because this is our schedule for today. We've got APBR versus Twisted Minds to kick it off, and then later on we have TNC versus TLPH. Now, I think for a lot of people, after seeing the games just from the first 2 days, this one might be up in the air, because for me personally, APBR and Twisted Minds, I'm not 100% sure, because even APBR, they looked great. I was really impressed with how they played, and the same for Twisted Minds.
They are undefeated, these two teams with MDL graduates coming up. And the currently winless TNC and Team Liquid Philippines, I wouldn't be wrong if I said we had really high expectations from both of them for very different reasons.
Yep.
And after tonight, one of them finally get a dub.
Yeah, and I mean, the way they lost was just so unexpected. I know we've been saying it multiple times now, but the way TNC lost against Smart Omega, the way Team Liquid lost in that manner, I guess, especially in game number 1 up against Onyx Philippines, was really unexpected. But APBR versus Twisted Minds, this is the match, I think, after yesterday, me and a lot of people out there, a lot of fans this season are definitely watching out for.
100%. You can see the APBR versus Twisted Minds little matchup here that we have, and the, you know, the storyline here, or the matchup against them, the highlight here is really that these are somewhat players that have familiarity with each other, but this is the MDL to MPL. You know, for a lot of these players, they were different champions within our MDL league from Season 4, Season 5, and now they're going to be playing and showcasing it here in the arena. So I think that is going to play a part here, and especially this matchup here, Leo.
Those two gentlemen you just saw, Lansu and James Panks, missed each other barely when they both stepped up into the MPL. Lansu was last season's champion. James Panks won as a part of that Season 4 winning roster. And even X-Nova, their new roamer, was a Season 3 MDL champion. So again, the stars of tomorrow are here. Like, these are them.
Yeah, and I think the biggest adjustment we observed from these MDL teams heading into MPL, especially yesterday, was how significant the guidance that the veterans they decide to put in their team provide. Because like, if we were talking about APBR and their recent campaign in Season 15, we all know it wasn't as successful. They definitely realized what they had to address in terms of their playstyle, in terms of a couple of things here and there. But when they decided to change their roster just a bit by having Aqua, by having no, it's not just a bit. I mean, they also changed their roamer and they also changed their XP laner. I feel like we see a completely different version of APBR. And this Onyx 9 Lives roster decided to do the same. The time, or by the moment they stepped foot into MPL, and it seems to be working.
You want me to translate?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay.
I'll let you do it.
All right. Thanks, Joseph. So Lansu here saying he wants to prove that he can keep up with those in the MPL. He wants to make up for it. He wants to really show that he deserves to be back on the stage of MPL, because if y'all remember, in Season 12, he was part of the Minana EVOS lineup. So he understands really what it means to have that bridge between these two leagues.
Yeah, what was that? Was that a 10-man roster almost? Or like, there were a lot of them in Minana, so...
Was that a good translation, Joseph?
That was great, by the way.
Thank
you know, that saved me my nose bleeding. So
That's him.
Yeah, but yeah, you guys make a point here. Lansu was with us in Season 12. There was some times where we had, like, some of those teams have the 10-man deep rosters, and, you know, sometimes you wish you got to see some of these players get a little more playtime, but with those big rosters, it's like, you know, How do you make that happen? By the way, the half heart. We need someone else to, come in the split screen that we're used to seeing here. But what can we say is different from Lansu now? Now that we've at least seen a little bit so far, what's maybe the biggest factor that we see difference this time around instead of season 12?
I guess it's the way that it seems like Lansu also found this lineup of Onyx Line Lives where he's really comfortable playing with. Because we saw how good their chemistry was in their recent championship, and even when they had to change their jungler through MP the King, you still see that same level of gameplay that they're able to achieve and provide.
You guys can let us know too, because we've got a question for the community out there. Which team will carry their momentum in week 1? Will it be APBR for A, or will it be B, Twisted Minds? Leo, do you feel like there should be a C here, or are you happy with this? Are you happy with these two?
This is a one or the other kind of question.
Yeah.
There's no way to have C here, but I did predict that Twisted Minds would take this. Because again, their sweeping victory over Falcons yesterday was...
It's a statement.
I didn't see it coming.
I didn't either.
But hey, if I get this wrong, that means I'm consistent in being wrong.
In being wrong. I threw mine out there and I was like, I don't really like to predict, but I did say that I think for this one, it's going to be Twisted Minds because I was really impressed with their match yesterday. So, Brigitte, what do you think?
I mean, yesterday I did say I put my faith in Twisted Minds, even when they were going up against Team Falcons, because the way they won in MDL was just too impressive for me, because that was against global ban system, so we saw how deep their hero pools were, and just trying to imagine how their planning goes on together with Bonchan, being the mastermind all the time of all these weird, or maybe not weird, unique kinds of playstyles. I feel like they just have so much to bring to the table. So yeah, I feel like I'm gonna go for Twisted Minds.
So we're all collectively a hive mind right now.
Against the hive.
Against the hive.
Not against, but you get it.
You guys get it. You can let us know too what you guys think again in the comments. We're going to go ahead and get ready to welcome out the teams for the match. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the stage.
Buzzing for victory. This is Lord JM, James Pants, Aqua, X Nova, and Shizu. Give it up for APBR! With 1,000 IQ, can they continue to give us the twists and turns of the season? Here are Lansu, Sean, Kaloy, Noja, and MP the King. This is Twisted Minds! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Chico, Joshua, Patrick, and Jeff. And for the coaches, you have Coach Jeff for APBR and Coach Esson for Twisted Minds. It is the Bees contra sa Minds. This is APBR versus Twisted Minds.
Alrighty, there we go. The teams are up on stage, and let's take a look at APBR.
They took their opponents yesterday to the limit, and here they might actually show us something crazier than just a penchants for Uranus. That might be something that Twisted Minds attack going into this bout, but I'd like to say, yesterday I was just an audience. Today I am blessed to be part of the broadcast desk calling an Aqua match.
Hey, I feel the same way, man. I got to see Demon Kai in light on day one, and now it's like, all right, now I want to see Aqua in action. And I'm excited, just as you are, Leo, to go ahead and see this breakout. Also, X Nova was amazing. I want to see how he plays today. Now, Brigitte, take us through and introduce us to Twisted Minds.
Wow, I think a lot of Raiders are really happy with his return, but just the same, Twisted Minds, I have to say, I'm really watching out for both Sean and Kaloy in the mid lane. I think these two and their dynamics are going to play a huge role in how this game or the series is going to pan out, because if you're excited to see Aqua up against, or Aqua together with X Nova, I'm just looking and wondering at how Sean and Kaloy will be able to go up against that, because they've been dominating the mid lane and controlling the mid lane so well in their previous series.
I never would have guessed that's how you said that. That's how you said Sean. You know, that's not how I would have spelt it, but to each his own. You guys can go ahead and get ready to let us know too what you're looking forward to see which players clash it out. But I'll tell you what, Aqua has been someone that I've had my eyes on ever since he was a Raider, and then he's traveled, and now he's back here, of course, for this. And I think it's going to be a great matchup for both teams because, once again, some of that familiarity and also that synergy is still building for both these teams, and it's going to be showcased here. But before that, we get to take a look at the Smart Ping test.
Kung sino pupunta ng venue, mag-jacket kayo, guys. Papang-avatar niya yan, Dad. Ayusin mo. ang landi kasi. Ito pala yung mag-check ping, pre. Shoutout sa mga tropa ko dyan. Kay Roy, sa nanay ko, sa mga tropa ko, tsaka sino ba mga shoutout ko? Kay Sir Wolf. Shoutout sa'yo, Sir Wolf. Kay Boss Daddy. Abuse nyo na itong guys mic check guys Guys, mahal na mahal ko kayo guys. Salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa bawat bayan. Asan yung mic ko, pre? Idol ko talaga ang Infinix kasi ang galing. Maraming salamat lagi sa mga sumusuporta guys. Kasi wala ako dito kung wala kayo. Kasi
okay na sa'yo yung
kasi gusto ko lagi minangaway sa akin Parang nabubus yung moral ko. Pero huwag niyo akong awayin guys kasi nasa humble era na tayo guys. Naririnig ko sarili ko okay lang yun, normal lang yun.
Inaan mo
Here we go. That's once again that's Nausea there and Nausea, and that's the thing, man. Wow, that threw me off too. What a smart ping test. That was like a shout out ping test.
Not anyone in the history of the smart ping test has ever done that. Like straight up broke the fourth wall and just went for shout out.
It's so weird. Like Shizu was so quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, we all know he's quiet, but Nausea, on the other hand, seems to be a very vocal. I don't want to say noisy, but
I love him.
Hey, he's got a great laugh.
He's got great dimples.
He's got great dimples.
Outspoken gentleman, that one.
I hope he keeps doing that. You know, like I know we preview someone different each smart ping test that we get, but so maybe that was his chance, and he just went with the whole shout out, give love to everybody, and hopefully again we get to go ahead and see them show it in the game, because that's the thing. I think for a lot of people that have been watching, and you know, some of these names might be new to our international broadcasts out there. That's always something we have to consider, that you know, maybe they didn't have their eyes on the MDL during their times of, you know, getting the championships and everything else. So now you get to see more of them here in action for the MPL Philippines. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the Infinix Keys to Victory.
Welcome to the Howl. This is Wolf presenting you the Infinix Keys to Victory. It's APBR going up against Twisted Minds, and for APBR, what they need to do to win this series is to force Twisted Minds to pick utility junglers. We know that MP the King eventually will pick up the utility junglers, but we know for sure that they're more comfortable with assassin junglers, as we saw them yesterday. So maybe if they challenge the hero pool and the strategy pool of Twisted Minds, they will have a better shot this game. Now, they also have to play catch with X-Nova. We saw the X-Nova game last night. We saw how good he is with the Kufra. And I think that for APBR to win this series, they have to ride that momentum. They have to utilize heroes like Kufra that will allow X-Nova to set up the plays so that everybody from APBR can also ride that momentum and that adrenaline for them to overcome Twisted Minds. Now, for Twisted Minds, they have to watch out for APBR's flex picks. I'm a big fan of flex picks, and I saw how APBR was able to utilize it. It kind of felt like their draft was wide open. So if you're Twisted Minds, it's gonna be difficult for them to overthink, but I think it's worth it to always have a second guess on what APBR wanted to do in each step of the draft. They also have to play with a twisted mindset. We saw this yesterday. I'm a big fan of this. Even when they're low in HP, as long as they have the spells and they have everybody around them, they will team fight. They will press on. And this is a twisted mindset that they need to employ in this series. Enough of that. Let's head into the draft. Back to the casters.
Shout out to Wolf. Thank you so much for the howl there, the Infinix Keys to Victory. And yeah, I think that's, we'll see if that happens. You know, these utility junglers, are we going to see them pop up here today in this match? Maybe we'll see it forced out in the bans, but also I like that. Play with a twisted mindset. Like just only team fights. Is that the way here, Brigida? Is that what is, are we going to see this actually from a lot of the teams where it's just only fights?
I think I'm seeing it a lot more evident in Twisted Minds compared to the other teams. Like, I did assume to see it a bit more in teams similar to TNC, Smart Omega, but I think we've been observing that it takes a bit more time for them to eventually warm up and be the aggressors. But Twisted Minds, it's always starting off very aggressively, and that's why I did mention earlier that I'm paying so much attention to the mid duos, because it's always Sean, whether he uses the Kimmy, the Selena, that sets the tempo alongside Kaloy in order to dominate the mid lane, and I feel like that is going to be one of their biggest considerations as well, making sure that Sean has a mid laner that wins in the mid lane, just so that they're able to do that, because if not, then that's going to be a change in their approach, or possibly a different version of the Twisted mindset.
Yeah, I think so. Again, that mid lane is... I know we highlighted even some of the junglers here and everything else, but I think you want to pay attention to the mid lane here specifically in this matchup, but also just we've been focusing a lot on like mid lane trio, or that trio mid for a lot of the, even back in MSC, that's really what we talked about a lot of the times, because that's where that pacing, or if you want the unleashed team fights, if you want that kind of brawl and that action, it really starts there. It starts on that early transition or that early rotation for a lot of the teams, and you can secure yourself with that by picking the right heroes for that to get the job done. And like we're going to mention, the Kimmys, the Selenas, we've seen even the Koguras pop up. There's been some changes, of course, in the mid lane. I'm a proponent of that. I'm happy for that. I want to see more heroes even picked up already in day 3. We're going to be jumping into the draft, though, here for our first match of day number 3, and it's game 1 for APBR and Twisted Minds. We've got APBR on the blue side, Twisted Minds over here on the red. And Leo, I think you mentioned this. Blue side's doing pretty good right now.
That I did. And I also mentioned the Uranus. And it seems like APBR have respected the fact that maybe Twisted Minds have it in their playbook to pick it against them, and they are not letting that get past them. Coach Jeff here alongside Coach Bomb calling the shots, taking out the Zushin as well, while Coach Bonchan taking away the 1-1 and the Arlet. Still out there are the Lancelot, the Yi Sun Shin, some of these big ticket picks. Even the Farsa. I'd reckon in a team fight heavy kind of matchup like this, you'd like to get your eyes on, especially in the opening picks.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking out for what Twisted Minds is willing to let go of for APBR's first pick, because even yesterday, Twisted Minds, they love being in the red side. This is where they got their 2 wins. Or this is where they got their 2 wins just yesterday. So I am not entirely surprised to see them stick with the red side. But just the same, APBR, whenever they're on the blue side too, they've been winning it out all the time. So now that the Yi Sun Shin's taken out, that leaves us with the Lancelot you mentioned possibly as the priority, or if not the Farsa, because I feel like Aqua, based on yesterday, he has this tendency to reserve his heroes for a bit later as well, because we saw his Valentina come into play yesterday too. It was such a great pickup up against the lineup that they went up against. So banning out the Lancelot.
Baksha's still open, just saying.
Baksha, CC even, if they really want to ensure that they get a winning matchup up against Lansu. But I think the Farsa too might be a consideration here if ever they do want to go for a more standard approach in terms of the draft.
Yeah, I think Farsa would be great. Just because I was saying, with that mid lane kind of focus right now. But you've got a lot of great options for the first pick. Now, the Farsa box should still be in there. You could actually... I don't know if they would prioritize even an XP lane. CC's open.
Yeah.
She's been relatively really well.
If we were in MSC, I would have said like Kalea, but we don't get to see the priority Kalea anymore.
Yeah. Leo got it though. There's the Baksha.
Yeah. So the Baksha.
Maybe this is where they pick the Farsa first, because we've seen teams not really be afraid of a Baksha and still pick the Farsa anyways. So I'd say you can go... this is such a genius pick though, the allowing the Farsa through, because you're not really risking anything, because you can pick the Selena after.
Yeah, I feel like...
So it's a trade either way.
Yeah, I feel like even if they or APBR does get their hands on the Farsa, Sean's gonna be okay as long as he gets his Selena later on. So it's Lansu who gets his hands on the CC instead, and I feel like this is such a great pickup. I mean, they get to anticipate that Farsa if ever it does come out through the Gaton.
No one wants to budge, because with Twisted Minds picking these 2 picks, they don't mind the Farsa or the Selena either way. So now APBR have to consider, do do we reveal even the possibility of the Baksha being in the jungle or the roam? Because Kalia's out there too. They can make that pick here. Because Twisted Minds have made their bed. They decided this is a CC and a Gatot in the roam.
That's where the flex happens, you know. I mean, this is what, you know, we've seen throughout the days here with the Howl from the keys to victory, or with Wolf, is that flexibility they can go for. But they're going to go for the Moskov, the Selena. They're going to grab that for AP Bren. So this is control. Again, like if the Baksha obviously is going to be planted there in the jungle, then you actually have pretty good control in the early game. But now the Kagura comes through. We've mentioned this hero a couple times as it's made its way, you know, in the first couple days. Is this good though? Like, is the Kagura a solid choice for Twisted Minds?
I mean, if it were, or this is definitely gonna be a Gatot roam, right? They could still play that same level of aggression because the pokes that could come in from the Umbrella, and then the Gatot Kacha just tanking everything and just making use of that passive to also threaten the opposing mid laners or roamer of the teams. I feel like it could really still be a huge factor in terms of how Twisted Minds could do that Twisted mindset. But I'm looking at who could their jungler be, because that is definitely where the bans are gonna be headed.
Even Twisted Minds
aren't sure, but maybe they are so sure that they don't mind blocking AP Bren out of the flex, because they're taking out the Joy. What's left out there? The Hayabusa, the Fredrin. Yeah. Are we missing anything else? Because that seems to be it. Akai? Even we saw Akai yesterday.
There's a...
Is it too soon to say MP's gonna whip out the Alice? Are we at that stage?
I think based on how Twisted Minds played yesterday, it's more AP Bren that tends to bring out the flex.
Yep.
Even in the hall, it was mentioned that it's AP Bren or Twisted Minds who should watch out for AP Bren and their flex. So maybe not. Like, I don't know what Bonchan's cooking, but maybe not. Like, I sense that Twisted Minds will be sticking with the more common junglers for now.
Love how Coach Jeff here is blocking out one of Nosha's favorites, the Granger.
And it will soon be a battleground.
I assume that they will still attack a gold laner here.
Yeah, narrow it down more.
Take out what is this? The Claude?
Yeah, the Claude, the Carry Bruno options also
Harith's still out there.
seem okay.
Harith would actually work really well for Twisted Minds if they do get that, because you know, you get to play into the Kagura a little bit. We've seen that, you know, especially with the itemization like Genius Wand to help that out, but a lot of good choices even for the gold lane. But I think maybe just take out the Harith if they don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, because they might feel a bit more hesitant to pick it up themselves as well, since there's a Gatot in Twisted Minds already. Wait.
Well, why the glue if there's already?
What are they seeing here that we? Is this the fabled gold lane CC?
Oof. Is it?
Are they looking at it that, hey, Nosha might still pick up the CC? Look at the even MP the King's like, hold up.
Okay, there's a Harith like we were talking about.
So it's not. It's
yeah. Maybe it was just to be safe. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. I don't think they needed to ban out the glue, man.
AP Bren out-twisted Twisted Minds.
Twisting, or maybe their minds are twisted.
Or do they just want to keep like a lot of the options still open?
Hey, at least the jig is up. AP Bren has to reveal where the box is going here with picks 4 and 5.
Yeah.
We know that much. But while still Twisted Minds,
they're
holding on to us.
Without knowing what Twisted Minds is gonna go for in the jungle, I mean, there's still a Hilda as well, but you might not want to go for that because you don't know if it's even gonna be an assassin jungler. So this might just be a Baksha roam, and then the Esmeralda in the EXP lane. But the Fanny. Oh,
okay, so
not bad.
I remember the Fanny CC which happened in day number 1 and like
that Fanny folded.
That Fanny folded and got Yo-Yo blitzed down. So there's the answer. The Hayabusa was open. That'll go in the hands of MP. So now we got the picture painted, and yeah, the Baksha. I don't know if this was like just a last minute kind of idea.
Yeah,
you know?
that plot twist kind of ended in a wet fart. Like we could have sworn there was gonna be this five head flex, but apparently it was really as is. We should have taken it at face value. I don't know how to feel about this Fanny though. I like the genius play of forcing Twisted Minds into drafting a certain way so that there's very little hard catch for the Fanny. So maybe James Banks has a good game.
Yeah, and compared to yesterday, James Banks might be a lot more excited to play an assassin because he was only ever able to play the Lancelot yesterday. It was a surprise to us to see him prioritize the likes of the Akai and the Uranus in the jungle.
He won with an Akai though.
But he won with it. But still, I feel like this is what everyone's expecting to see if we're talking about James Banks.
Well, you guys can let us know what you think in the comment section and in the chat. Is it going to be AP Bren or will it be Twisted Minds with the twisted draft that came through? Let us know. It's game of 1 in this best of 3 in the first match of day number 3 here to round out week 1. We take a look at these early rotations and how this is going to go. You got to, every single time we see the Fanny, man, you know, you got to protect. You got to keep those buffs available throughout the entirety of the game, and even one slip up or one buff that goes out of the hands of the Fanny sometimes has a major effect across the game as a whole. Emblems, are they anything sticking out here, Brigitte?
I think it's Aqua not going for
the demon.
Yeah,
the season hunter.
The season hunter. Yeah, never mind. I mean the
great movie.
The great movie. But that's interesting because I feel like that's what you would really want to. Or maybe they just know that there won't be any heroes from Twisted Minds who could potentially invade James Banks anyway. Like the Kagura and the Gatot might be a little more careful, but speaking of, AP Bren definitely seem to be switching it up. They're the ones trying to go for the more aggressive start compared to Twisted Minds.
Look at this Lord JM, 2 heroes deep against Lansu and Kaloy. Sean can't do much. Throws out an arrow alongside the rollout by X-Nova. Quick pause here to let us gather our thoughts about this minute-and-a-half game so far.
Okay, so while they go ahead and get things situated here, this is one of the things, you know, Fanny, I feel like we've seen her how many times now this weekend? I know it's been a few. And I just feel like this is one of those tests where it's like, okay, can we actually make this Fanny work for AP Bren? I know James Banks likes to play the Assassins and it does relatively well on them. But they actually, what I do like is their draft has kind of these phases where like throughout the game, let's say it gets to a later portion of the game, you're still covered with a Moskov. The Fanny can put side lane pressure as well. You can work in the fact that you also have a Baksha that's a pretty good front line. And you just need to be able to peel in a sense if you have to. Now you have 2 heroes that generally have a lot of mobility against this lineup of Twisted Minds where it's like, okay, the Hayabusa is going to be putting pressure early on, but Kagura I feel like is still a question mark for me too. Like sometimes you're thinking she's going to have a ton of bursts and then sometimes it just doesn't happen. And so I think they need to make that work with the Kagura plus that Harith and a lot of the team fights that'll break out later on.
Yeah, I think I'm going to highlight the mobility you mentioned about AP Bren and their lineup because like given that they have this kind of composition, they have the Fanny, they have the Baksha, and they have the Moskov to manage the sides for themselves whenever they're not entirely focusing on heading into the team fights just yet, at least they can ensure that they could get in position first because based on Twisted Minds, based on the Twisted Mindset, the way that they're able to always just play aggressively and the way that they did yesterday was when they were able to establish the control in the mid and when they're able to rotate to their positions first. But if AP Bren is going to capitalize on the mobility that their lineup has, then that might be one of the ways they're planning to respond to this gameplay that Twisted Minds introduced to us yesterday.
I think a part of this always too is like the other thing up in the air is the Selenas, you know, like Selena has worked at certain moments and then other moments it's like, all right, you're playing around the arrow and I know she doesn't have that great of a win rate right now, but it's like she still provides vision. Arrows, we've seen it happen where it's like it can change the course of a game like we saw last night.
Here we go, 3v2, down bottom. Shadow kill already used up. Aqua flickering out, using that damage reduction underneath this XP lane tier 1. Sean holding this long brush. X-Nova rolling around. Turtle's already spawned.
Yeah, he's level 4 already.
Oh my god! Sean finds Aqua! In comes James Banks and Lord JM. Sean with the flicker. Able to go ahead and get some shields. They're revitalized by Kaloy. Helps him out. SOD. Not gonna take it. X-Nova gets a yo-yo blitz on him. Lord JM. Alright, say what you will about the mobility that APBR has, but they also kind of find it hard to lock Twisted Minds down.
Yeah, that was such a clutch passive. The Yin Yang Gathering coming in from Sean, stunning James Pack so he wasn't able to proceed with the kill or the attempt to kill, aside from the fact that he had other teammates nearby. And they get the turtle for themselves as well. So Twisted Minds, even despite how fast APBR were going in for the rotations, they were the ones who got the better trades.
Yeah, and again, consider at the end of it all, Twisted Minds drew first blood.
Yeah, they did. At this point, you're still in a pretty good position to just kind of duke it out before that next turtle, or even wait till the next turtle comes up. But surprisingly enough, they go back to just grabbing the buffs, rotate around from that. And if you look at this, some of the first items not locked in just yet, so building into that here.
Oh, Lord JM with a falling Star Moon almost catches Sean and Kaloy. But that's very, very slippery Kagura you're trying to lock down. Again, the story of it is Twisted Minds don't have as much map rotational speed, but APBR can lock them down either way.
Yeah, the cleanse or the ability to just use the Yurasho Umbrella Flea and get away, and considering Sean and the way he just positions himself on this Kagura, you just know that the level of mastery is there, up there when it comes to his usage of it. Oh, but they find him once again. Another way of just getting out of danger. So this is why APBR can't.
Oh my Lord, SOD coming in from the Silent Kid! Trying to take down Nosha, but he shall not fall! What do we say to the God of Death? Not today!
Nausea, actually, I'm surprised he survived that and even stopped with that arrow being thrown out there, but, you know, good play. Good play up there to stay alive and not go down.
Yeah. He even got, or nearly got, the kill on James Banks, and that would have been so big for Twisted Minds because we had 10 seconds just before the turtle, and this could pretty much ensure that they get to position themselves first. Oh, but those are a lot of resources already committed.
Yin Yang overthrown, thrown out. Turtle spawning here. I don't know if Sean's gonna have that resource up, but look at this 5-man presence from Twisted Minds. X-Nova, he knows what's up. James Banks diving in. Turtle still goes over to Twisted Minds. They jumped out of Kaloy. That's a cutthroat. Going out, Nova. Pop in,
good arrow.
Revitalize. Down he goes. Lansu gets a double. MP the King falls too. 2 for 2. The current trade. In comes Shizo. SOD. Vengeance by Lansu. He doesn't fall, but off camera, down goes Nosha. Lord JM danced on him.
Wow, what a team fight already. I mean, look at the bodies here around the turtle, and an arrow comes in clutch, but still, you know, it turns out that objective goes to Twisted, but still APBR holds on.
Yep. I know he mentioned that there aren't much options from Twisted Minds to hold down James Panks, but it's not just James Panks that you have to find a way to deal with. It's also Lord JM, who's now on a 201 KDA. No one can hold him in place, and if he just keeps doing what he does, the Kagura, the Harith, every single one will find it difficult to position themselves in the team fight.
Yeah, taking a look at the items here too. Okay, turn going to be used, and that's the thing. Whoa, Lord JM. This is what a 2-0 Esmeralda does.
He stood his ground. He asserted dominance and pushed back 3 members of Twisted Minds single-handedly, and he's doing so still.
He's dancing in front of them.
He's busting a move.
Literally, that's what Esmeralda does. Just like that.
Oh! That goes down. We barely just caught it. James Panks gets him, and there's another push by APBR.
They're so quick to convert the objectives, and now they're able to take down 2 tier 1 turrets in the sides of Twisted Minds. This wasn't how Twisted Minds was able to go for the Twisted Mindset just yesterday. Through this Selena gathering the information, and through this Esmeralda for JM, who we barely get to see in the XP lane because he's always trying to disrupt members from Twisted Minds, they just make their presence felt all over the map.
And this whole time, she's just been able to just farm up on the Moskov. You know, he's got the 2 items, Corrosive Scythe and Golden Staff right now. He's holding a little bit of a lead over Nausea, and that's fine. The 3rd turtle is up here. Twisted Minds could go 3 for 3 for this, but I think APBR wants to contest it. They've got a little bit of a lead ahead of them. They're going to fight for this turtle.
Early puissance pop by X-Nova, spacing out 3. 3 out of 3 turtles go over to Twisted Minds, but down goes James Banks. Heart fight in the pit. There's the Zaman Force. Nosha dashing on through, serving up a double for Sean. Panks and Nova out of the equation just as quickly, cutting that lead in half. Twisted Minds wins.
Yep. That was such great zoning from Lansu. He put and used the curtain call just on Shizu, tried to zone him away because in that moment, Shizu decided to join the fight and not go for the split pushes instead. So Twisted Minds and the other remaining members were able to work on whoever decided to throw themselves up front, and that allowed MP the King to gain easier access, to have an easier way to secure the objective for his team.
Yeah, that front line is really helping Twisted Minds here, but I think they'll just disengage. Oh, arrow will land, but no follow through there. They're trying to get these turrets. I think that's the hardest part for Twisted Minds right now, is even though they're winning these team fights and fighting around these objectives, it's like, all right, how do we transition to, let's get some space to work with. Let's get some of these turrets down, and that's where the current struggle is right now for them, just because even if who are you going to put to push that lane in? You know, eventually it might even have to be MP the King to put some side lane pressure on, or if Nasia does it himself as a Herod, you're kind of susceptible to getting caught out.
Macro superiority for AP Bren. Even if Twisted Minds won that last engagement, AP Bren are still in the lead. Twisted Minds have to very specifically choose who they send to fight and to take care of the map.
Yeah, I guess they're really banking on the idea that their team fighting is...
Whoa! James Peg's caught out in the middle of 5! Make that 4! But he still doesn't take down Nosha. 7-4's dropped in here. The MDL gold laner takes out James, and now Lord JM very low. AOG, Twisted Minds, still picking a fight. Aqua goes down, 2 for 9 again. It's the same old story. Lanzu's not done. Wants to take down Nova, but does get the puissance.
Oh, look at MP.
MP in the back line. Shadow kill onto Nova. Down he goes. Twisted Minds win in fights. The Twisted Mindset gets him to this lead, 1,000 gold and counting.
I was supposed to say, they're probably just waiting for that perfect team fight. And right as we mentioned that, it broke out into another fight. Oh, wait.
Or JM against 4, you can't win this!
There's no dance moves enough for that. Oh, tough loss there for AP Bren. That whole exchange on the bottom side of the map, and now a Lord is up and for the taking for Twisted. Unless somehow, some way, AP Bren pulls this off. They are going to get pressure now on that tier 2 in the bottom. There's the spear.
SOD coming in. MP the King secures it. The shadow kill out to Nova. Dropping the Zaman Force as well. Forces the Puissance. He ain't going nowhere.
My goodness, Twisted Minds. They're just working together. They're not splitting themselves across the map. And so whenever, even if James Panks or Lord JM decides to go in now, especially with the amount of damage that you could already expect from the likes of Nosha, from the likes of Sean, it would not be an entirely easy task for them anymore. So things have changed after that team fight we saw happen down bottom. Now the lead is in their hands. Now they have the Lord. And they might have a lot more ways to answer back against AP Bren. If it's all about the engages that AP Bren were expecting through the backshot, they have to be a lot more calculated with that heading into the next few minutes of this game.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, just, you know, how good of a game this is for Kagura finally for Sean. 4-0-3, he's quite a bit ahead against Aqua in terms of gold even. And the damage is working out pretty well. Now he gets a Divine Glaive, so he's already been doing really good burst-wise, but you put a Divine Glaive on top of that now, it's going to be very difficult for AP Bren in some of these choke points especially. Nasia also gets a Holy Crystal, so look at the pressure.
Lord's still alive. James back to take him down quickly. MP scores. And the push continues. Shizu forced to defend. Twisted Minds forcing AP Bren to respond.
Yeah, going in up against 5 members might not sound that great of an idea if you're AP Bren now, because Twisted Minds are already 3k up ahead. And even though it was a very narrow spot that could have been great for a Fanny, Kaloy, still there's the threat of the taunt, and that is going to matter a lot in how Twisted Minds gets to burst down whoever decides to go in. Even Lord JM has to consider that right now, and Twisted Minds are just going to be very disciplined and focused on taking the objectives, but AP Bren might want to fight.
Bottom lane penetrated. X-Nova here. Once again, the only thing holding back Twisted Minds from AP Bren getting run through. And that'll be his 5th death so far.
Kaloy's doing a great job too, and a lot of these fights that we're seeing break out, Kaloy is where he needs to be. Pops will revitalize if he has to, but his threat enough, even with the unbreakable threat, like that taunt, is something that keeps him second guessing.
MP the King gets hit with a Spear of Misery, but it's not going to stop him. Shadow kill out. plus a quad shadow just to get away. SOD, no one home. Mid lane tier 3 falls as well. Now Lord JM holding his ground. Twisted Minds taking this slow. 6k ahead, but now in comes the Hive, pushing him out. Can they win this? She's up clearing the wave. Lord JM dancing around, pushing 3 back. Blaster with a vengeance. Salmon forced by Nosha. No one home. Lord JM puts up enough shield, but he's still gonna fall. MP gets another. 6 kills for Michael Andino.
They wanted to fight. Yeah. They went for the chase, but Twisted Minds, they just decided to answer back right at that moment. And when it's Sean who gets to pay attention to you, when it's Nosha who has his Zaman Force intact, that's when you need to reconsider your choices.
AP Brent's best choice right now is to divide and conquer. Don't take Twisted Minds head on. That's very rarely a good idea.
And this is the thing. This is what I was saying earlier with the Selena, man. Like, I know earlier in the game, early game, mid game, it was working pretty good. You still get the vision. Some of the arrows were there. But you see the distance between the Selena and then now the Kagura. You know, you're 3,000 gold behind just in the lane matchup alone. And the amount of burst damage value that comes from the Kagura from Sean in these fights are, you know, you can't really discredit it at all because it's such a big burst, and then you have a Divine Glaive now too on Nasha. Yeah. So the synergy between those two heroes have been working really well, and I think that's what we're going to see more of when the Kagura does pop up. It usually works synergistically with another hero that is going to capitalize on that, or vice versa. So now Lord is here. They got one base turret for AP Bren. They're going to lose this one. We'll see if they don't lose the game if they stay in this.
James Banks cleared that bottom lane. In comes Galoy. AOG. Puissance by X-Nova. Trying his darkness, but he gets taken out. So does Shiza. Down goes Galoy. Turning out for 4 and 5. And there goes the base. Twisted Minds. First on the board.
The Twisted Minds take game number 1. They flipped a switch midway through and look at a decisive victory here.
Many were excited for the Kagura, and here it is. So, one of the most successful Kaguras we've seen ever yet. And I'm surprised we saw it through Sean first, because like so much of us were expecting like the unique mid lane picks to come from Aqua, the Lilias, and all that. But that first kill they got down bottom, and then every single small decision that we saw from Sean on this Kagura mattered so much, because like the way he could play it either a bit defensively, just always throwing out the umbrella and sticking to, let's say, one of their key players, that could be Nosha, and so whenever someone attempts to go near, there could be a brief stun that catches them once they try to get a bit too close and once they walk away, or just doing those, some would even say, combos you see online because he has the flicker, right? So there are just so many mechanics that we saw through Sean on this Kagura as well, and all that working hand in hand together with the aggression of his other teammates. MP the King on this Hayabusa, I'm just so amazed to see Twisted Minds perform this way.
I'm not sure who MVP would be here, you know, because I think everybody really played their part. Sean did an amazing job. I'm not sure exactly how much damage he was able to do, but we're going to give the MVP over to MP the King here. It's interesting because I feel like when we see MP the King, especially what he did yesterday, it's like, you know, people were questioning how's this going to work, like the synergy-wise, when you plug in MP the King into this lineup that came through for Twisted Minds. And I think it's so far, it's working in a way that's like the other 4 guys know themselves really, really well. They almost as if they just know each other. They know how to be there for each other every single time. And MP kind of does his own thing because he plays the heroes that allow him to do that. But then he'll show up, either capitalize on the damage that's done, or you know, make his own plays, and the other 4 guys will follow through from that. So, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's the case, and why we see some of the teams say, you know what, maybe make Twisted Minds play utility jungler and like really put the test there for MP.
Because the only time we saw Twisted Minds slow down a bit in terms of their gameplay was yesterday when MP the King was on the Yi Sun Shin. It's not entirely a utility jungler if you would consider it to be one, but it was a jungler who could not entirely do things on his own. So he had to rely a bit more on his teammates, but eventually again, yes, they still got the sweep yesterday. And this time around on the Hayabusa, very much similar to the Lancelot gameplay we saw from MP the King yesterday, he was just able to do other things across the map, and able to penetrate the other members of APBR who were just a lot more further behind. So that is one of, I guess, the things we get to observe from Twisted Minds and how they're able to successfully play this Twisted mindset that they've been doing ever since their debut match yesterday.
MP the King gave APBR no quarter. It was a catch-22. If they were to divide and conquer and play from the comeback, MP would have isolated you and killed you by himself. If you were with your team, then Twisted Minds would face you head on, and that's why this ended as soon as Twisted Minds found a winning position. Again, it felt like it was longer than 14 minutes because APBR was taking control macro-wise. But there was only so much macro you could do against Twisted Minds when they were winning fights. I think APBR made two major mistakes. They picked a fight mid-game, and then they chased towards the purple. Those two things almost handed the win to Twisted Minds single-handedly.
Yeah, they wanted to take down Nausea so bad, like when that chase on the purple happened.
Yeah.
And you would understand why, but Aqua burned his flicker. He was too far away from his other teammates, and then the other respo came in from Twisted Minds. So the team fights that got a bit too split up favored them eventually. And so even though it was such a close fight objectives-wise, and the rotations seemed a bit more better for APBR in the early to mid stages of the game, what we're seeing from Twisted Minds now is that you don't get to really shut them down once you take away from them their signature play style in the early stages of the game.
I think this game, very specifically, is more of Twisted Minds getting into APBR's head. They forced APBR to respond a certain way wherein they would win. They welcomed them into their realm of the battlefield. Because I think APBR, if they made this last a little longer, if they decided to just clear the waves, just play towards Shizo, joining in the perfect time, and, you know, James Panks cornering certain members of Twisted Minds, this would have been better for the Hive. But instead, I think they got a little impatient and Twisted Minds punished them hard.
Yeah, they found the right moments where they had to, and you can see here, Nausea being the BPI rich guy, you've got Lord JM being the sandbag and the carry for APBR over here, and of course, Kaloy on the wingman. He did, and again, I want to say Kaloy did an amazing job at playing that Gatakacha. A lot of times you see the Gatakacha have to defensively use the AOG, or, you know, they're trying to set things up. But this time, I feel like Kaloy was just that bulwark for the team. He was so good at just kind of cutting people off where he had to. And he had a couple clutch moments, even with the Revitalize, keeping Nausea alive on the Harith. There was moments where, you know, Nausea should have gone down, but Kaloy was there to go ahead and help him out. So, and great peeling with the Unbreakable. So this is, once again, what I was saying, for Twisted Minds, they just play really well together. And it's apparent of how much, you know, practice they've had and to be able to play as a team. So maybe we see some changes happen, you know, moving forward in the next draft once we do get there, especially from APBR, if they can kind of, because like the macro idea from APBR, like Leo mentioned, was there. Like they had control of the map leading forward, but unfortunately there was something that broke it in the mid game, which was one of those big fights that turned things around, where then Twisted Minds was able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, it was already going so well for them, and it was almost as if there was almost nothing to stop the Fanny, to stop James Panks, because again, they only had like the Gatot Kacha, those small windows of opportunities that you could get to stun the Fanny through the Kagura, but they still found a way to make it work, and that was pretty sad.
I think we have some breaking news. I think we got some news here. Yeah, okay. We've got some IESF updates for you guys. Philippines went 2-0 over Myanmar in the match 1. So that's day 1 of the regional qualifier. So if you guys weren't aware, there is currently the ISF Asia qualifiers happening right now. Philippines has 2 games, I think it is, today. So they went 2-0 against Myanmar for the first one. They'll be playing again later on, so you guys can go ahead and check that out if you want to support, of course, our national team fighting it out there, and very familiar faces out there fighting for the Philippines to get a chance to go ahead and move on forward there. So there's a whole lot of ISF action that'll be happening over the course of the next, gosh, I think it's like 2 weeks for men's and women's MLBB.
Yep, so this SIBO team for men's MLBB, in case you were wondering, is the OG Falcons team, the same one that won in 2023 Cambodia. This is Ogwin, Kyle TZ, Few, Super Marco, and Flap.
Yep.
The boys.
It's Flap. It's Flap. I know we don't get to see him recently, but
So he's focused. His mind is more just to take care of that too now.
yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, I think we're in good hands for getting another goal. I saw the graphic come up before we went on live today, and go for gold, because I think a lot of people are going to be excited to watch them again compete against, and I think even for overall for ISF in general, it's still growing, and some other nations have joined it. So good luck to them. I know we'll keep doing updates for you guys while we're live here. Now shifting things over, Game 2 ahead of us. I did predict that we're going to have 3 games here, so I think something will happen in the draft that gets APBR a Game 2 under the belt. Now, what could that be? I think, again, you might have just spread yourselves a little bit too thin, because you had a Fanny, for example, and a Mozkov, and you can put pressure across the map with that, which we saw them do, and that's why they were leading macro-wise. They had, at one point, they had 3 turrets over Twisted Minds, but then at some point, when you start to shift the focus and be like, all right, our Fanny's losing the buff or getting pressure, we have to protect that, the game plan changes. And even so, it's weird, because Selena is in a really weird position. And she's been in this position for a while. Only certain teams or only certain players, I feel like, are really able to capitalize on the Selena. And this was one of those cases where, even as great as a player as Aqua is, it didn't work out for them.
I think it's less of the player, more of the team,
Yeah.
and the decisions that they make. I would not single-handedly blame Aqua. I would say the decisions that the team made at the times where it mattered is what put the Selena in this situation right now. So now going into Game 2, I do believe it should be Twisted Minds choosing sides. Something tells me they will stay red.
Yeah, they most likely will. They've been winning whenever they're on red. And this is actually APBR's first loss being on the blue side, because it was their most favorable side up until their loss, which happened.
The meta just dictates blue is better.
Yeah, but for some reason, Twisted Minds, it seems like they're more comfortable in red. So looking back at what was mentioned in the Howl, it was really either forcing the utility junglers or playing catch with Xnova.
More than just these specific things. From red, Twisted Minds are able to force and get into their opponent's head to make weird decisions. Again, from red, they forced Coach Jeff to ban the glue even if they saw clearly the CC. So why would you let go of that innate strength?
Yeah, that's true. So, I mean, we did see, I think yesterday, like a almost 5-man ban on a particular player. I think happened against Team Liquid Philippines. But I don't think that's going to be an option if we're talking about like forcing the utility junglers, like completely banning out all these assassin junglers just so they're limited, because there are just so many other power picks that you have to respect. That's why we see this trend of always banning out the Wanwans, the Lancelots in the red side, and then the Yi Sun-Shins. The more flexible bans are seen in the blue side, but even then, if it's gonna be Twisted Minds again on the red side, then if you just keep banning out all these assassins, then that'll just open up all the other options. The CCs again, what are the other
There's just
power
a whole
picks?
lot. There's so many good picks right now.
The Jushin.
Zushin is part of that lineup of Zushin, Wanwan, Yi Sun-Shin,
Lancelots,
Arlott. Those are the 5 heroes that are most likely gonna get banned. And when one of them comes through, they are a must pick. They are a blue side, just lock in.
It's weird because, like, remember for a time, like, Zetian, she's just gone.
Yeah.
You know?
Zetian is only as in demand if you don't know how to answer a Yi Sun-Shin, if you let it through, or if there's a Farsa that you really respect.
Yeah. The Farsa Zetian trades, I think, were more evident in MWI. Maybe not even.
Wild card.
It
was a wild card thing.
And then it stopped. Like MWI, MSC, we no longer saw the Zetian Farsa trade.
She just doesn't deal enough damage, is what I hear the players say.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe she gets I don't know. Maybe she gets a buff at some point, but you can see it. Twisted Minds is going to be on the red, or on the blue. You got APBR on the red side. So they went with that. Fanny being banned out. I guess they just don't want to deal with it.
Whoa, wait, hold up. Twisted Minds decides to go blue.
They went blue.
I think they're going for the throat here. I think they just want to end.
This is a change for Twisted Minds. And if AP Brand does go for the standard bans, then that leaves them with the option to pick up the Baksha for themselves this time.
Yep.
Or the likes of a CC Farsa. Because they banned out the Fanny and the Arlot already. The Fulvius is still there. But in terms of priority, if it is going to be the Yisun Shin Lancelot ban again from AP Bren, then that, again, it's likely maybe the Farsa, Baksha, or CC.
I think Twisted Minds are setting up the Lancelot first pick.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to use their last ban here on the Lancelot if it's open. They're giving AP Bren an ultimatum.
Like they have to force them to choose to ban it out if it's open. Uranus is banned out, so they'll be taken out now. They still go here. Twisted Minds goes with the Baksha. So, in that sense, if they get the Lancelot first pick...
Is this a Yusin Shin Lancelot trade?
I think so.
Because this is got to be a Zhu Shin.
They're opening both of those junglers in this match? How long has it been?
If not one of them, Zhu Shin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's still out there.
So, I wonder what the call is going to be for Coach Jeff. There's still the Farsas, the Lancelots, the Yisun Shins.
Thorns remain.
Okay.
Should
So
petals
they take out the
fall.
Lancelot. But does Twisted Minds still want to prioritize the Yisun Shin? I don't think they want to go for that first. So they instead get the Zhu Shin. So it's up to AP Bren on whether or not they want to get it for themselves this time. Because they have the option to pick up the Yisun Shin. And also
Farsa?
The Farsa?
I'd be surprised if they didn't pick the Yisun Shin now.
Yeah. Because like, unless it's gonna be, I feel like you need a bit more of a bit more sustained too if you are gonna go for the Yisun Shin. Although the CC is gonna be there for Lord JM if he ever does want to go for that too.
Yeah.
Because like,
My tail's been itching for a
Oh, we forgot about the Kaleo. Yeah, Kaleo was open. Farsa's there.
So they don't get the Yisun
Let's hear from the crowd.
Yeah.
Make some noise.
CC and they go.
They don't want
down. So it's suspense. We have to wait for what we're gonna see in the jungle.
Still no junglers this deep in. But I like Twisted Minds' approach. Again, Twisted Minds, first three alone, they are a fighting lineup.
Yeah. If Sean just is able to do all those things with the Kimi Salinas and the Kaguras, I can imagine him using the Jushin.
I think I can do it better now.
Yeah.
Because if it's really about repositioning, affecting the opponent's battle lines while still protecting your back line, that's the perfect job for the Zushin.
Yeah, and that immediate response of the Gatot into the Farsa as well. The CC is gonna pose a threat to whoever gold laner AP Bren decides to pick up. Either way, but they go for the Harith, a much safer option. Regardless of the other gold laner still out there. So it's probably gonna be a focus on Nausea and the possible heroes that he can bring out later on. And for AP Bren, we have to pay attention to what James Paxton can still bring out. I know the Fanny is still out there as well, but so is the Akai.
Fanny got banned.
Yeah, Fanny banned.
Never mind. So
she gone.
The Akai is still out there. If ever James Pax wants to go for that same route.
Here's a sinister thing.
I am
AP Bren
vengeance
can either attack gold laners or junglers, and then pick a jungler in red 4. So that whatever happens to Twisted Minds, is they have those lanes down locked.
They could, because like here, they're focusing down the gold lane bans. Twisted Minds will continue. Maybe jungle, like maybe they just narrow down the jungle even further, and then we get, an interesting matchup jungle-wise.
This land is our homeland.
They go with Lapu Lapu
Soon
instead.
be your burial ground.
I mean, that would have been a lot of like just damage. And although the Kalea, if you see a Kalea, I think you'd want an XP laner who could stay a bit longer in the fights or could just like tank much more damage and not go in and out similar to the Kalea, because I think that's one of the cons of playing a Kalea sometimes. Like when you rely too much on the Kalea as your front line, then it's not as reliable. So you need other sources, especially considering that there's a Harith. But if it's just about creating space, then yeah, the Kalea does a great job at that. And they also have the Farsa with the Feathered Airstrike. But the Farsa too needs to be careful because there are just so many sources of potential disruption that Twisted Minds already has just through the first 3 picks that they got.
You know what? I'm convinced that APBR just don't really care about that last ban. They just don't like glue and are willing to say, yeah, we're using this ban for glue.
They just want to take out the glue. There's just like a personal vendetta against glue over here. But it's also going to mean then, what do we see here for...
Call me a hero.
Okay, the YSS is actually banned out. So this is where they should pick a jungler for APBR. Maybe they go Hayabusa? Do you really want to go Hayabusa against this though? I don't.
Hayabusa.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing is they want to steal it away.
Yeah.
All right, they go Hayabusa.
That Farsa is Hayabusa is ninja meat.
Yep. So now we're looking at whoever James Panks wants, or no, whoever MP the King wants to pick up, and Nosha. Nosha.
Fred would be really good.
Yeah.
And then you just pick a really solid damage. Granger Fred, let's do it.
Fred.
That would be like not the two individual type of jungler for MP the King though, but I'm pretty sure they're able to find a way to make it work. So it's
or Akai. Nah, it's
Akai Granger?
Akai's odd.
There's a Bruno also. If it's just about like the worldy and being able to...
Or maybe a magic jungler?
I see lots of prey.
Granger Roger.
Hold up.
Wait. MP the
Roger.
King on... It's MP the King on the Roger, right?
Wow. From as far back as the Book of Aether, Roger Toll. What's going on?
This is interesting.
Coach Bon, he's bringing it out now?
He's going back to the eras of MLBB. Like this was a season 7 flavor right here.
I'm not mad at it. I want to see I like seeing some of these debut heroes come up for the season, even in week 1. Now, what's the response here? What's the XP lane option for APBR? What are they going to put in the XP lane? Do they just go Esmeralda again?
There's a Phobius. Yeah, the Esmeralda's still there also. Unless they want a bit more control too, there's a Badang.
The only one.
But they go for the Phobius instead.
Yeah, a lot of dashes amongst Twisted Minds. What I'm worried about mainly for Twisted is the fact that their damage profile is so honest. Just build a Dominance Ice, build an Antikaras, and that's it.
Yeah.
You're good.
I think not only that, but this solves the issue that Brigida was talking about, and I mentioned a lot too when a Kalea is there. Like, you want to make sure that Kalea isn't the sole purpose of, or she has a responsibility on her shoulders of like, we gotta go and get the Tsunami Slam on the right target. Now that you have a Phobius to kind of help that out, where it's like, Phobius can still like 1v2, 1v3, sometimes even 1v the whole team. But then that allows your Kalea to go in and find the right target, have that target acquisition, and then get the pick off they're looking for. So we're going to see a whole lot of Purifies here for both teams to lead into Game 2. You guys can let us know who you think has the better draft for Game 2. Will we actually see a Game 3, or will this be a sweep for Twisted Minds? They've got a great draft. It's an honest draft. And then, of course, for APBR,
Welcome
this is
to
going to be an
Mobile
interesting
Legends.
one to make work. Now, the Roger, it's been a while since we've seen it, but for MP the King, this is, nothing out of the ordinary for him.
Yeah. I feel like even if we throw it a bit to last year, MP the King does really have familiarized himself with the Roger overall and the playstyle, the approach you use whenever you have it. But okay, Twisted Minds, even despite the stats favoring APBR in terms of the early game earlier, it seems like they're still gonna plan to go for that with the Roger as a jungler. A very tanky emblem combination as well coming in from Sean, so it's definitely more of a utility approach that we're expecting to see from this Jushin, which maybe adds to the point that maybe their damage profile is a bit too honest for this match, because if it's gonna be a utility Jushin, then all the more is their damage going to be more physical.
Which makes it an odd dichotomy. Twisted Minds, double core. MP the King, Nosha, that's it. AP Brand, they got triple core. I don't know how this is going to work out gold-wise.
Yeah.
James Banks, Aqua, and Shizo. Like, there's a lot of farm that they need to get on their lineup. I don't know if that's safe to run up against a team fighting team like Twisted Minds.
I feel like a lot of us, especially after MSC, just realized that just having more cores or damage is the better way to go.
I don't know how true that is still in this time of the meta.
It might have changed, you know, in a matter of, I was gonna say a month, like weeks. A month, but it's been weeks. Never mind, it's been just weeks. And you know, there's already been these kind of adaptations in the current meta here. So this turtle's up. Some level 4 is not available. There was that Lance was pretty low here, but they're going to fight for this first one.
Turtle at half health. Better airstrike coming in from Aqua. Couple of salvos missing its target. Sean here at level 4.
Oh, Aqua.
Still has that old unlock. James Banks secures the turtle. Down goes Aqua. Lanzu got him down. Lord Jam against 4. There's a quick choke and a slam. X-Nova gets caught out. Half health. He triggered MP the King. Down he goes. 2 for free going over to Twisted Minds.
I know it seems like for the first game, Twisted Minds cared so much about the objectives, but here it was just them letting go of it and going for the kills. And that might be the way to go, or that could really help them snowball, because I feel like that's what they're really after. It's the snowball potential that they can get with this Roger Granger lineup in their hands, and just like Sean and Kaloy constantly handing over the targets to these 2 cores.
Oh, there's Nova. Playing with range here, almost caught one.
I think part of it though too is like MP the King is gonna have a little bit of a rough time trying to get into the objectives, just because of the fact that Aqua is on a farce, and we've seen this so many times where it's like you set up that artillery, that feathered airstrike around the objective, and so you've got to kind of dance around that, you know. And we saw where MP took like 1 shot and he's like half health. So they might have to just kind of calculate how they approach this, and you know, as that develops through the game, they might give up some turtles, but I think they still, if they can break into a fight, they might just go for that.
I think that's a sound approach to the mid game. Twisted Minds can play for the turn, not necessarily the objective. And look, there's already starting to choke out James Banks. If the King gets away with highway robbery, stealing that small camp right in James Banks' face.
Yeah, because I mean, even in that first turtle we saw, it was actually MP the King who started it, but it feels like that wasn't the end goal. Like they were really waiting for the reaction from AP Bren and going for that turn.
What if they were using the turtle as bait?
It's all part of the plan, basically. I think for Twisted Minds, this next one's coming up in a couple seconds, but they're here on that bottom side in this XP lane. They might just go ahead and whittle down Lord JM a little bit to give them some of the advantage here, but both junglers working on grabbing the buffs. You still got James Banks grabbing his purple. He'll grab that, but Turtle's up now. You see a swing forward. MP will wait patiently because he knows he can't get caught out. Like, that's the main thing. If he takes a couple too many shots, then he's going to have a difficult time with this. So Lanzu has to go ahead and zone them out here.
Twisted Minds, they have the advantage here. MP the King scoring. Better airstrike by Aqua. AOG already used up. Lanzu falls. JM gets the kill. Down goes Kaloy. 2 men down for Twisted Minds. Can they fight their way out of this? They already used his Zaman Force. Lord JM in pursuit. Nosha in his eye. Taking down the gold laner of Twisted Minds. 3 for 1 the trade. Still alive, MP the King and Sean. MP the King pops it, sees Lord JM. Sean on his tail. Can they get it? Down goes Lord JM. Oh, what? He still gets some shields, some health. They're not done with him. Lanzu thinking about it. In comes MP the King. And another better airstrike. This fight has gone on for way too long. Aqua gets taken down by Lanzu. Gets a double. Takes Lord JM with him. What was that?
Lord JM survived for so long. I don't know if Phobius or a hero in the game should be able to do that.
Oh, there's a Tsunami Slam. Gets almost a perfect target. The punish by James Banks. Down goes Nosha.
Yeah, he's down.
And Shizo coming in. Not so silent anymore. Sean bites the dust.
That was non-stop team fighting ever since we started the turtle. And what minute is it now?
Not even 6.
Twisted Minds. That was the complete opposite of what we saw happen in Turtle 1. AP Bren were the ones who seem to have to wait a bit longer, and we're the ones to take the kills off of Twisted Minds. And even though Twisted Minds wanted to secure some for themselves, we saw Sean go in with the Crimson Beacon, just tried to target Shizu and hand it over to MP the King. They just had to change their targets. They just had to change priorities because Lansu, or Lord JM, was becoming too big of a problem on the Phobius. And so many skills did not land and helped him survive that entire sequence.
Here's exactly why he already has the Antikiras.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was there, or in Dreadnought armor form at least, when that sequence happened. So
that had to be. I mean, he was taking all the hits, man.
That's the damage profile problem right there.
You said it was pretty honest. This is the last turn of the game. We're gonna find out.
Tsunami Slam gets one, and he bites a Das. Kaloi gets taken out, traded out for X Nova. Lord JM backing out Zaman Force here by Shizo. Down goes MP the King, double kill for the Silent Kid. Now Lansu up next. Lord JM holding on at a fifth of his health. Lansu drops the Yo-Yo Blitz. Lord JM jumping in, Infernal Pursuit. Sean and Lansu not able to take this fight. James Banks secures the last turtle for AP Bren, and they're not done. They're chasing down another Zaman Force. Nosha bites it with a Synchro Fission, and that's another for Shizo.
Whoo, man, I feel like Shizo has just flipped the switch on his own. I think earlier he was seeing all the team fights break out, and he's like, guys, I want in on this. And now he's sitting at 5-0-2. He's got about 1,000 gold ahead of Nasha.
Is that Swift Boots? We're seeing on Shizu as well.
Attack speed?
Yeah.
Okay. So if they're that much ahead, I mean 2K gold ahead of Nasha.
What does he know?
Then maybe that's why we're seeing a bit of surprise in terms of the builds from Shizu. I mean, 502 as mentioned here by Naisu, but I think even more than that, what happened earlier was just so unfortunate. They weren't able to get any value out of Kaloi, not even being able to use the AOG because he was immediately targeted there by AP Bren, and that might be one of the calls that we see from them more often.
Shadow kill coming in from MP the King. Down goes Nosha. Shizo finds another, and MP the King might be up next. Gets caught in the Zaman Force. Gets a double for Shizo, and they might need to get Kaloi. There's another one, keeping him down, and make it another 3 for none. AP Bren converting up the Wazoo tier 2 down bottom. Take it out.
Lord JM wanted that one, but they'll get the tier 2 turret down on the bottom side. All this just going for AP Bren. They want more.
Another Zaman Force drops in. Lansu backing out. Not enough range for Shizo to deal with. And James Frank coming in with a shadow kill. Lansu falls.
This level of scaling we're seeing from Shizu should not have come this early.
You know what? We said, hey, this lineup is kind of expensive. Well, when you get all this, it's okay. They're 4,000 gold ahead now, and just about everybody has a massive amount of gold in their hands.
They didn't even look at the price tag. They just said, build Dreadnought armors, build Antikarasses, and we're good. They're going straight for the Lord here. Twisted Minds have nothing to do.
I think AP Bren also decided to pick up some roaming boots for their other members as well. So Twisted Minds will definitely have to do a lot of catching up. Speaking of Roger Returns, it's 1 year ago? Less than, I mean, but...
It's about almost a year, you know? Season 14, Demon Kite brought it out.
The Raider.
Yeah, the Raider himself, you know? And this time around, it's struggling to find its footing against this team fight prowess from AP Bren.
Yep.
This Lord is making its way, and remember, the shield's already popped down on the bottom side too, so AP Bren should be able to go and get into the base of Twisted Minds here. They're going to do their best to hold it on. The wave clear is okay, I would say, for Twisted Minds. They can clear things out somewhat, but you know, they're going to have to use like these resources to clear this out.
About 70-80% of their clearing power is in Nosha's hands. So if Nosha dies,
you lose it.
And
what do they do?
Yeah, and he didn't have that great of a start. He was 0-2 less than 5 minutes into the game, and now 0-4. So it's definitely going to take a lot more time for Nosha to get back in this game, to even catch up to Shizu, who's now 7-0-4 on this Harith.
Now they're threatening the push on the bottom lane. They're able to clear the waves, using the Holy Shields in mid and top to buy time. Twisted Minds keep their inhibitors.
I'm really surprised that AP Bren didn't even get the bottom turret down there. They might look to just force another fight for Twisted Minds. They know they've got a good lead on this.
X-Nova finds one, Tsunami Slam, dropping everything with the kitchen sink. Shizu finds one, Envy the King goes down, James Banks gets another. 2 for none so far, and now Twisted Minds are gonna struggle to defend. Sean here pops his ult, down goes that tier 3 down bottom. Mid lane still barely standing as James Banks clears it. X-Nova gonna get his immortality pop. Lord JM down to 5th of the tail. Shizu in the back line takes down Sean. And X-Nova gets taken out by Nosha, but it might be too late. Kaloy bites it. Nosha the only one left.
Oh, he's the only one left alive, but he is still a threat to the low health bars of AP Bren, unless James Banks.
Shadow kill onto him. Spreads the love, but it will not be enough to stop the push in mid.
Yeah, that could have been scary for AP Bren too. We'll take a look at the instant replay just to see. I feel like one of the most important things that happened there was, it happened before this, but that clutch AOG that came in from Kaloy as well, stopping James Banks from the aggression, that could have been something they could convert into more kills, and Nosha just keeping himself alive. I think that's one of the main things. If he went down, and we did mention that majority of the wave clear was in his hands, then that could have been different for Twisted Minds, but he stayed alive, he had the Sky Piercer, got one stack.
A whopping one stack.
Because he could have gotten more, but I feel like AP Bren were just too careful about it as well, so they weren't able to get much out of it anymore, but maybe Twisted Minds still wants to contest this.
Looks like they do.
This is a good idea.
You're 7,000 behind. Twisted Minds, 2 turrets down. They'll just go ahead and at least show face to AP Bren, make them pull off the Lord for now. So they can't fully commit to it, but I think if this breaks down to a fight, you'll just see them get demolished here. Conceal's going to be used.
Kaloy coming in, spacing out Aqua, James Banks, and X-Nova. The answer, the better air strike. Down goes Sean. Shizu gets the kill. Look at the back line. Envy the King biting down onto Aqua. And here comes the rest of them. Down goes Kaloy. Shizu gets a double. Down goes Lansu as well. 3 for none so far. AP Bren. Holy Shizu. They're running it down.
They're running it down mid in AP Bren. Like I said, Twisted Minds, I don't know if this is a fight you want, and now this might just be enough for AP Bren to take it to game 3.
They don't have a wave though. Twisted Minds have their 2 cores left in the base. Nosha and Envy the King holding it down, holding hands. Feathered Airstrike coming through. 5 members of AP Bren want it. X-Nova goes, but so does Twisted Minds base. We're going all the way to game 3.
And just like we thought, we're going the distance in this one. A phenomenal game for AP Bren.
The rookies are really showing up. I think we don't even get to call AP Bren entirely as rookies anymore, but for some they might consider them in a way to be, but these are literal rookies that we see in Twisted Minds, and both of them are just putting up such a great fight. But I still feel a bit weird about the Roger.
More than just the Roger, the fact that they decided to go blue.
Yeah.
Because again, I get it. If you wanted to be more proactive, you wanted to really say, hey, we're going to finish the game. Yeah. We're going to go for power picks. But they didn't go for power picks.
No.
They played a very red-like draft in blue. Like, that's what happened here.
It's weird because, even at the start of it, it's like they had some good fighting pressure, when it came to the team fights. But I don't know if it was just one of those moments, like it was like a demoralizer, if that's the right word, when Lord Jam just tanked for days. And you can see here, Shizu, there's something about this build, by the way. There's got to be something about this build.
My theory is the Swift Boots are used as a somewhat alternative to the Starlium site. Right? You get more basic attacks, but it's not as empowered anymore. But it wasn't as empowered anyway, so you're just really putting out more DPS at the end of the day. I don't know if that's worth it to replace whatever was there anyway. Well, what do you usually build on a Harrod these days? The penetration boots?
Yeah.
That's what I would have thought.
Or the tough boots or the warrior? Really, this is a stroke of genius.
And maybe they just had a bit more room to do that because, Shizu was just too ahead. Up against Nosha. Nosha, we did mention he did not have that great of a start, was 0-2, was constantly spotted out by APBR. Like, it felt like it was just so easy to gain access to Nausea, and that should not have been the case because he was one of those heroes in the lineup of Twisted Minds who just had to scale, who just had to farm because the damage was expected to come from him as well as MP the King. But I feel like they weren't able to pay as much attention to farming. This is Twisted Minds constantly looking for the fights, even during times where they probably should have not picked up fights just yet because they weren't fully equipped. And I feel like this was one of the most risky decisions they made, one of the most expensive decisions they made. That was a fight that not a lot of us expected to happen.
I'd say it's risky in terms of opportunity cost. Gold-wise, this is a very efficient lineup. That's what scares me. That's what makes this feel weird is they should have known that they were on a timer. That if we did not roll in dough because of our opponent's golds in death, then we should know when to stop. But again, you're right, Joseph. There might have been a mental string cut when they couldn't kill Lord JM. Like,
yeah, it's like,
why won't this guy die?
Like, what is going on? You know, and it just, I think also that had to play in the part of what you mentioned earlier, Leo. It's like the damage profile from Twisted Minds, it was too honest. And that one item, let's say it was the Dreadnought armor at that time, it's like that was enough to deal with the majority of the damage that was going to be dealt to Lord JM. And then you're able to just buy that much time on a single team fight like that. It's going to go ahead and like snowball up here. So you can see this. I mean, it was a rather quick game because it was just one moment where it's like all of a sudden, here's APBR with everything that they needed, because even if it's an expensive, quote unquote, expensive lineup, they made it work because of how dominant the game was in the whole run of it.
Yeah, even this early Twilight or that Twilight armor pickup from Lord JM.
That was a second item.
Yeah, it made things so much difficult for Twisted Minds. That moment where Xnova also got his immortality, so he just went in a lot more often, and Twisted Minds not having enough damage to burst him down already became a huge problem as well, because I feel like we didn't get to see the damage, especially from Sean.
Yeah, even Kaloy's choice here of the Radiant armor, that's a little too optimistic. Against this lineup on APBR, I'd say I'd build an Athena shield.
Yeah.
Like, look at how much damage Shizuo did. 60,000. You know, I know he had a ton of kills too, like 11 kills here, but he had so much damage. So like a lot of those team fights that did break out, it didn't really matter who they chose. Like if they just chose anyone from Twisted Minds, it was like him and James Pank switching things up, where it's like they put enough pressure, or maybe it was even Aqua. Like Aqua was just able to go ahead and be like, all right, I'll just use my Feathered Airstrike any single time I want. I'll get any target that I want, and then we have enough damage to overload off of that, you know, and that's what happened here.
I think in that last team fight we saw too, the curtain call was used on Lord JM and Xnova. So when Twisted Minds still decided to go for it, Aqua, Shizu, everyone else, the damage dealers were too free. And I don't know if it was the right call, because the curtain call AOG was committed onto those two frontliners who could just immediately reposition themselves and go for the re-engage or the punish, even the counter engage. So it did split up, but that was not what we were supposed to see from Twisted Minds and the kind of lineup that they drafted. It's a Roger, Granger. So I feel like they weren't able to play around these two heroes as much.
I wouldn't say it would be better if it was Fredrin Granger either way.
Yeah.
Or even Akai Granger. It's just the way that that draft unfolded and the way that they made those decisions led to this. Like, this was going to be inevitable.
Yeah, I think, again, obviously, BPI Rich Guy here for Shizu. He was able to really shine, and I like how, even in the sense of the game, the way that it happened is like, even before he joined a lot of those fights, APBR was doing fine. Like, they were winning the fights, and then Shizu just had to kind of like swoop on in and be like, all right, I'm here. Let me get some kills now too. And then that severely like snowballed them. So again, great game there. I think this one's really this series alone, I feel like a lot is happening. I know it always happens with the draft, but like this one specifically, there's like some crazy things are happening in the draft now. And what does this lead us to? Like, where are we going to follow, or where are we going to fall for who's going to be on the blue, who's going to be on red for this one?
Yeah, APBR is going to go blue.
I hope Twisted Minds go red.
Because it's their choice now. It's their choice now, because again, home, away, home. But if that happens, I'd like to add a caveat. Twisted have to play their game. Twisted have to play it close to the chest like the way they did in game 1.
Yeah.
Because again, that's a full point on the line right now. Like this last game, there's no room for experimentation.
I don't know if it's just them coming from MDL, and that's why we're seeing so many surprises come in every now and then.
You can pick heroes again, gentlemen.
Yeah, but we're not in global ban, so maybe we could stick a bit more to what works, and it clearly works if you're Twisted Minds and you came off a sweep from Team Falcons, you came off that very dominating win in game number 1 against APBR. This game did not feel like that Twisted mindset we saw at all. So.
It was pretty twisted.
It was twisted and not in their way. Our way.
No, it was.
Our way.
But it didn't consider the opponents not taking it lying down.
Yeah.
Because there's a clear winning image. There's a clear path to victory. It's just, you gotta assume your opponent will show some level of resistance, right?
Not just gonna like, okay, go to our base.
Yeah.
That type of thing. But like, I think the Roger, and it's always unfortunate, like when you have these like debut heroes that don't get picked up that often, you know, and then they kind of like fall flat like this.
Yeah. This is why I said maybe they'll pick a magic jungler like an Amon or something. Because it wouldn't have been a perfect pick. Talk about the Amon, right? There's a lot of softies over on APBR side. You can pop the Harith, pop the Farsa. Even Kalia isn't as sustainable as your usual
Especially
tanks.
early game.
Yeah, so that's where I was. And knowing this, as being Twisted Minds, Coach Bon, MP, it's kind of their MO to pick weird heroes like Amon, you know what I mean? So.
Yeah, it would have suited MP the King a lot more. Like, he could do things on his own if he went for that, and the damage would have been a bit more spread out.
Yeah, spread out.
For Twisted Minds lineup. But hopefully they got to realize that, or like,
this is why I say
that it's not working.
That it's okay. It's week 1.
Yes.
Like, if you want to bring some of this stuff out, you want to try some weird things, you want to ban glue all the time, do it in week 1. You know?
If I see that blue ban again.
If I see the glue ban again.
I still don't understand what that was.
I need a video from our community out there, like conspiracy theory glue.
I'm pretty sure journalists backstage after the match will ask, like, Coach, why you keep banning the glue here?
When there's a CC on the other side.
And you don't have to answer, Coach Jeff. Like, it can be your secret. So I guess that's where your video comes out.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's where mine comes out. Like, here's the real reason the glue is banned, you know. But no, jokes aside, I think what we're really seeing here from the two teams is what we kind of expected. You know, it's like this. There's a sense of mystery, but also like the twists that are going on here. And I think either way, you're going to see that even for game 3. As early as now, though, in week 1, we have seen before where, especially if this is Twisted Minds that gets the W here, the win. Imagine, like, you know, in comparison to what we saw from them last season, like, this already gives them a great start heading into week 2. And that's why we asked you guys in the community, and you can let us know once again, who is going to ride through the momentum? You know, is it going to be APBR? Or is it going to be Twisted Minds? Because now we're in that situation where it comes down to that one game. And having that momentum going into week 2 is great for both the teams.
I'm hoping, like, at this point, I'm just really hoping both teams play their game. So we get the most out of this do or die. Technically, I mean, they're going to meet again halfway through the season. But, of course, this is, I feel like, the earlier you get to rack up those points, the better, especially as you've already surprised pretty much everyone by putting yourselves up top and seeing the champions, like the stronger teams, quote unquote, down below. So like, if I were them, I'd want to keep it that way. So that's what I'm hoping for, and that's what I'm hoping to see once we get into game number 3.
Guys, I'm not sure, but like, maybe it's too early to say this. Like, I said this in MSC. I was like, this is the most competitive MSC we've ever had. I feel like this season
it was up to the group, up to the playoffs.
Okay, yeah, up to the playoffs. Well, I'll still stick by it because groups was amazing, you know. But how about now? Like, I feel like our season here for season 16, this might be one of the most competitive seasons that we have here.
Oh, no, you're not wrong, Joseph, because here, in a matchup wherein it's teams we did not expect to perform, are putting on 3-game cinema.
Thorns remain.
and then our champions are getting swept.
Yeah.
This is what we live for. All right, so we read into the situation right. AP Bren decides to go blue. Twisted Minds now in red, banning out the usual suspects in the Lancelot, the Arla, and the 1-1. This does leave the Yusenshin open for AP Bren, or they can go Baksha again.
Yeah, I think of course if AP Bren still wants to go for the flex, then maybe the Baksha
or Farsa
would be the option.
Farsa.
Because like
Farsa.
I don't know if it's Aqua or Sean. Maybe like similar to what happened to the Yusenshin earlier, the Farsa might not be that much of a priority for these two teams. So maybe like that's gonna be me, but I still am gonna stay open to the idea that they might prioritize that. But it's more of maybe the flex power picks for me. Okay.
Okay. Farsa first pick. I would say, makes sense. You can kind of build the lineup around this for Aqua. And even so, I think it's just one of those heroes that is a clear pick. Over on the other side for Twisted Minds, though, the YSS is finally open. So that will be locked in for MP, and then you got the Kalea still there too. So you'll want to watch out for what the XP lane option is going to be for Twisted Minds here.
Yeah, the CC's still there. For Lord JM, if he wants to go for that, but if he wants to save the ZXP lane for later.
I am not the only one.
Oh my goodness, they go for Phobius. I mean, after what happened in game number 2, I completely understand.
APBR is just pressing continue.
It's the same.
They're loading a save file and picking up momentum from game 2.
Even when they're in the blue side.
They'll have to change X-Nova's pick though.
Yeah.
Which is okay, I think. If they can somehow find a way to let the Cho through. Okay, never mind. I wouldn't like the Cho anymore.
This is signature Kagura into Farsa. Like it was way back.
No kick.
But we know it works. So that's one thing they've already answered through this pick, and I guess still in a way is able to create space because you get to secure some vision.
Wow, for the first. All right, now for reals, AP Bren can ban the glue.
Yeah.
Do it.
This would make sense.
Finally. And then they don't.
Then it goes through, yeah.
No.
Then it'll really be a video to be made, but jungle options for AP Bren at this point. The Baksha is, I think if it's just left open, I mean, I know they banned out the two assassins here. Yeah,
Fredrin's good.
Baksha could work here.
You're good. I like how Coach Jeff is considering a lot of these options with X-Nova because he's the one linchpin that could change the game. The mid trio
there it is.
Needs a solid roamer. It's not even in 5 anymore. It's just ban 4 glue.
I wonder why. That's something we definitely gotta ask them. But yeah, I'm also wondering why we don't get to see the Fredrin as much. Even yesterday, I feel like no one picked up the Fredrin. Not sure if someone did in day 1. I don't recall seeing anyone pick it up either. So that's a surprise because I feel like it's supposedly one of the go-to if we're talking about the utility jungler options. But it seems like the Akais and the Uranus have appeared much more often than the Fredrin. So let's see what James Panks has in mind for later. But Twisted Minds now, maybe they could... No, maybe they could save... Because they already know that they're going up against the Phobius, so maybe that gold lane could come in for last.
So we're gonna see an XP laner here.
XP lane, yeah.
Oh no. Save it against the Phobius. No, you already know the matchup. Go for it.
Yeah, go for the XP.
Esmeralda, do it.
Esmeralda, yeah. Never mind, we'll go Granger.
Oh no, they don't have to chase it. Exactly, they don't have to chase it. They'll know if it's safe for the Esmeralda. And now AP Bren. Yeah, I still don't like the Cho. I still wouldn't want a Cho. Even with all the 2 softies, I'm pretty sure the Granger's going to pick Purify and then go to
Would he go Kufra again?
Kufra?
Like we saw? For X-Nova?
I'd like a Kuf.
Yeah, there's a Gatot also. X-Nova's been playing that a lot. Or... Yeah, maybe why not just go for the... But the thing is, the Kagura could just like escape that. In most scenarios.
Yeah.
And the Traceless too.
Exactly, there's so many ways to get rid of the Cho's CC.
Yeah, there's a guy. And last pick for that will be the Lucas.
Hold up, Jungle Lucas! Makes its way back, and they have an instant answer. Because of that, they wouldn't want Esmeralda anymore because Lucas eats her alive. It's the Hylos making a comeback in the meta.
Everyone made a comeback except Fredrin. So
no,
far.
he'll show up, I'm sure. You can never count Fredrin out.
He's oiling his abs.
Lucas though. Okay. James Banks on the Lucas. I mean, like, it's not entirely utility, not entirely.
It's just a rare
It's a
breed.
fighter.
It's a rare breed. Yeah, it's a fighter in the current meta game.
So I wonder what APBR will be planning to go for, or what the plan is gonna be. Okay, so they have the. I mean, that's a lot of damage, if any, and they could play aggressive a lot more earlier, for sure, than Twisted Minds. But how does Twisted Minds manage that? Will they answer back just the same, or this time be much more patient and respect that their timers are supposed to come in a bit more later? Because I feel like that's what they failed to do in game number 2.
Well, we'll find out. It's game number 3. It's the last one for this matchup here. Twisted Minds versus APBR. We've had a hell of a series so far, and it all comes down to this one for these two as they round out week 1.
Aqua. Okay.
Revitalize?
Yeah, that's the early Revitalize. We're seeing in the mid lane. Looking at the emblems.
Oh. Look
Okay.
at this. Twisted Minds forcing James Banks out of his own small camp. They delayed him for a second or two here.
Yeah, I'm not... I mean, I think even with a Lucas, though, like, he's just such a threat. Especially when he gets to that level 4, you're kind of surprised with the setup potential and the damage burst that he can provide. So, a lot of early action.
One more time in mid. Aqua gets put down to about 10% health. Sean throws out an umbrella, draws first blood.
That was... I gotta say it, that was an athletic flicker. Sean, good job. Goes in with the cleanup. A great play early on for the first blood.
Yeah, whenever he gets the Kagura, the first bloods seem to be always for Twisted Minds. Earlier it was on the gold lane, now it's on Aqua. Still, like, equally valuable players, especially when we're considering the scaling that they should be doing overall. So this is the start of what could be the Twisted Minds.
Here comes Twisted Minds taking out Aqua one more time. Nova didn't have a Revitalize to save him there.
Remember what happened to Few yesterday?
Yep.
I think that's what's happening to Aqua in this game.
You can't, I mean, it should make sense. You should be able to fly away from all that, but not enough. Gets caught out now twice in the mid lane, crashed down on. So this objective is up, but, you know, Aqua doesn't even have the Feathered Airstrike yet, so looks like they're going to go for this, though.
Nova just ran himself through 3 members of Twisted Minds, and Lord JM folds. There's no way APBR forces themselves onto this turtle. Look at Nosha spacing out James Banks and Aqua single-handedly. Twisted Minds takes the first major objective.
Look at Sean and Kaloy, both 2-0-2. Could maybe be one of the most beautiful starts to the game that we've seen just yet. Oh, Shizu!
Here comes Kaloy. I don't think Shizu saw them coming. Puts him at about half of his health, forced him home.
Okay, he does get out, but yeah, as you were saying, Brigida, you know, you got the 2-0-2-0s here, and Sean could be on to another phenomenal game for this Kagura. And Kaloy, you know, getting this lead on Kalea, and I know Kalea, in a way, she hasn't been as dominant as before when she first, you know, arrived in the game, but you get a nice little lead. You can be a little more aggressive on some of these pulls in that she's going to go for, you know, and trying to set things up. You don't have to rely so much on Lancer to do that. So Sean even gets his early Genius Wand now, so that comes online, and this is going to go ahead and help that burst damage out even a little bit more against a squishier target like Aqua.
Yeah, and Nosha's just always joining the fights. He's been double laning so early on. I feel like that's also why Shizu's starting to do the same, because they have to do a bit of catching up. Twisted Minds already 2k up ahead, and it's not just Sean who's already gotten his first item, it's also MP the King already securing that Hunter Strike. So I fear that what we mentioned was supposed to happen for APBR is happening for Twisted Minds.
AOG coming in, X-Nova forces MP the King out of that turret range.
Those
I think
boots.
That feint single-handedly denied Twisted Minds hits on that gold shield.
Even Nosha, by the way, also has the Hunter Strike already. So that's the three damage dealers from Twisted Minds already having a really great time in this game. But James Panks, he's been constantly bothered in the jungle. It's great to see that he's also level 7 though. Not that far behind as compared to MP the King, but the way that Twisted Minds are just able to position themselves around their cores and just make sure that they get to secure whatever they need easily. It's just so hard for APBR.
Mount Shocker reveals to everybody, securing that turtle. In comes the Glorious Pathway. Tsunami Slam, taking down X-Nova. Nosha gets a kill. Now underneath the umbrella, Ella, down goes James Panks. James not gonna survive either way. 3 for none. Can they add another? Shizo gets away with about 10 HP. Now Twisted Minds have ill intent for that purple.
Oh man, they just get a whole lot. They get the turtle, they get this tier 1 in the mid, and they take the purple buff from APBR.
Yeah, this is clearly a snowball. Yi Sun-shin, even though it's a 0-0-6 standing, he's been very active in part of the fights. If we were to look at that instant replay, James Panks tried to go for it. The Unleash the Beast was there. The other members of APBR tried to join and support him in that fight, but they weren't as in sync, and Twisted Minds were just more prepared. They weren't as afraid of whatever engage APBR was trying to go for. Oh, MP the King.
Oh, Mount Shocker.
Oh no.
Over the side. In comes Lansu. Closing off the exit. And now Sean takes him down. X-Nova trying to make face here. Trapped between Lord JM. Now Lansu might not survive. What's MP the King thinking here? Lansu got about 5 HP. Pops to revitalize. And he might just actually do just that. Feather Air Strike by Aqua, putting him down. And Lord JM gets punished hard. Twisted Minds continuing the onslaught.
Oh, they're still gonna go. They might be able to catch Nova here. Nova taking too many hits and will go down, and that's a turret too for Twisted. They get a whole lot up on the top side of the map.
Nosha already has the Sky Piercer, so... Oh, wait!
Here we go! There's a beast bomb throw now, taking down Nosha, serving up a kill to Shizo. Kaloi here might actually get taken down. That's another shutdown. James Panks, though, gets taken out by MP. So does Aqua. They were a little in too deep to that fight. Look at all the corpses laying astrew.
Only fights. That's what we got.
Only fights. They got a shutdown, though. That was on Nosha. Just as we mentioned, he already had the Sky Piercer and probably has a couple of stacks on the Sky Piercer already. But they handed over a kill to MP the King. And the other members that went down was just Kaloi. And I feel like Twisted Minds are just generally going to be okay with that. Although it still doesn't change the fact that it went over, like that one kill went over to Shizo. It's not like this is the exact same scenario we saw earlier where Shizu was just going crazy with all that damage and being that much ahead. But even despite being slightly behind though, it seems like Swift Boots really is the option for him.
Oh, here's a Conceal coming in. Plus the Glorious Pathway keeping down Shizo. And they might find another in X-Nova. Gets the AOG out. That's just one taken down. Sadly, it's their gold laner. The answer from Aqua. A Mount Shocker on Lord JM. And that's the affiliate already taken out. Lord JM still alive. James Panks thinking about it, still taking his orange. APBR able to minimize their losses.
Man, I'm surprised APBR, you know, they survived a couple of those instances there, but if Twisted Minds decides to go, especially having a Hylos there to drop down the pathway, that they'll find someone at least, or at least get a battle spell out or something from APBR. So ballooning the lead up now, 6,000. They're about less than a minute away from the slower to come up. Now, taking a look at the items here, too, there's obviously some difference between all the lanes, but that might be one of the things. You put the hope in that Shizu gets to where he needs to be. Maybe Aqua gets a little more damage, too, but even for James Panks, it's an instance where when he jumps in, even with that powered-up form, it's like he still just gets taken out so quickly, and that's what to expect when you have this kind of lead for Twisted Minds. Now a Malefic Roar is picked up for MP the King.
Oh, yeah. It's not just even James Panks, it's also Lord JM. He doesn't get to stay as long in the fight. Whenever he decides to jump in with the Infernal Pursuits, he just finds himself bursted down by multiple sources of damage, be it through the umbrellas, be it through the bullets, the Rhapsodies that gets thrown out by Nosha. So there's a lot of damage that you could already expect from Twisted Minds if you get too far away or if you get isolated from your teammates. So that might not be an option for APBR anymore. And they do seem to be planning something here in the upcoming Lord fight.
APBR thinking to contest. Twisted Minds responds in kind. Lanzu holding on to his glorious pathway. Might just be a dance.
Yeah, they're going to have to just dance for this one, but it might be a similar situation where it's like you're down this much. We've seen how some of the team fights go. You need to make it work.
The jig is up. Mount Shocker shows everybody. No one protecting Shizu. She's able to back out. Better Airstrike plus the AOG plus the Beast Unleashed. They do get the push, and that's enough damage. Down goes X-Nova. So does James Banks. No one from Twisted Minds, save for their HP bars put down to very low. But no casualties for the MDL champions. 8K up.
How did no one die?
Yeah. That was the Feathered Airstrike, the AOG, and the Unleash the Beast all at once. And they also had the help of the Tier 2 mid turret. But they took down the turret right in time. So that was also able to save them from getting any casualties. And we're going to see that instant replay in just a bit. Just look at how perfect the escape already was for Shizu. He wasn't taken down just yet, but MP the King just focused on taking the turret down first and then deciding to join the fight. So all these small decisions from Twisted Minds, they just mattered so much in how it all turned out.
Man, if they weren't down the 8,000 gold that they were, that would have been a team fight for APBR there. They had the setup in that choke point so well. But unfortunately, you know, that's the difference when you get this kind of economic lead in the game. And so now for Twisted Minds, they'll be marching towards the base here. They got some shields to work through. They got a Lord going down the middle. And they'll take the Tier 2 out, bottom side. We'll see how they play this out. The clear speed for APBR should be at least decent here. They still have Shizu and Aqua that can clear this out, but the charge in from the Lord comes through. The shield will pop, and we'll see Kaloy use that concealed. They drop down the glorious pathway though.
And they're making their way. A wave in mid still going. Bottom lane finally pops. A third left, a quarter actually on APBR's mid lane inhibitor. I think we're approaching the point of no return.
That's who's there. He's going to hold it together. There's the Feathered Airstrike.
And there's the jump in. Look at the back line. MP the King. Followed by James Banks. The Beast Bomb already unleashed. And now James Banks falls. Down goes another for APBR. That's going to be X-Nova. And there's another Mount Shocker. Where's the stun? Glorious Pathway set in. The base is up next on Twisted Minds. Talk it. And there's a Tsunami Slam. It's enough to take Twisted Minds to the victory.
And after a game 3 and an amazing series, Twisted Minds will get it done in a fast game.
Everything happened so fast. That was a lineup who you would expect would take a bit more time, but Twisted Minds have done it in such a clean manner. They were just very assertive in terms of the objectives. They knew what their priorities were, and they just knew that they had to pay a lot of attention to James Pax and this Lucas, because again, we did mention and highlight that it could be a threat as well in the latter portions of the game. So when they were just able to lay out all these things, we barely saw APBR get to find at least a decent team fight.
Yeah, they're going to take their bow here for APBR. Again, this is a team that has so much potential. I mean, they showed so many things here for us, and it's still looking very bright. Again, it's week 1 here. I can't wait to see how the adjustments happen for them, because, again, a great series. It was just Twisted Minds. There's something about game 3 where they just came on through like a quick train themselves. They twisted through and made game 3 just theirs. You know, there wasn't many, I feel like, opportunities for APBR to turn things around, especially with that kind of deficit. So congratulations to Twisted. We're going to throw it over to the stage to hear for our winning interview.
MPL Arena, undefeated in week number 1. Your winners,
Twisted Minds.
Just an incredible performance against APBR. Odin, MDL to MPL, na ipapakita pa rin nila ang lakas nila at this point.
Alam mo, Hans, kapag nakikita ko yung MDL players dito sa MPL stage, parang nagkakaroon ako ng proud ate moment. Kasi nakita ko yung journey nila from MDL and now, may nagbabalik ng MPL which is si Lansu. Lansu, nabasa namin yung mga sinasabi mo sa interviews na gustong-gusto mo talagang makabawi this time sa MPL. And now that you're back again dito sa stage, paano mo masisiguro na kasama mo ulit ang mga brothers mo hanggang sa dulo?
Wala yan, lakas kasi nila. Lakas kasi nila. Sabay priority talaga po namin yung kaming apat. Sayang po kasi yung chemistry namin eh. Sabay nasa tamang coach na din po kami.
Wow! Grabe, si Coach Boncha na yan eh.
Yan lang.
You know, I want to know more about that. Coach Bon, you talked to me about why these players tila napamahal na rin sila sa'yo kahapon and now they've showcased what they can do in week number 1. Are we gonna be expecting more? Ito ba yung final form or consistent form na gusto mong makita mula sa players mo moving towards season 16?
Siguro masyado pang maaga para sabihin na nasa final form na sila. Para sa akin, marami pa talaga silang i-improve. And kaya ako sobrang napamahal sa kanila dahil sobrang wala kaming problema pagdating sa outside the game. Napaka makalat, pero mababait naman.
Napaka makalat, pero mababait. Alright, I like the idea. Coach Bon, if there is a team that you would want to see Twisted Minds face off against para magkaalaman kung ano na ba talaga ang power levels ng inyong kupunan, who would you wanna go up against and why?
Siguro isa sa Onyx and TLID kasi syempre defending champion yung TLID, sorry. TLPH, sila yung defending champion so doon talaga namin mag-engage kung talagang kaya namin makipagsabayan sa defending champion or sa Onyx PH which is nakatalo kahapon sa TLPH.
Well, that is gonna be something na abangan natin, Odin.
And that's exciting to know kung ano pa nga ba ang makikita natin in the next few weeks. Pero dito, natutuwa ako sa kanila kasi para silang family. And speaking of which, Lansu, nabasa din namin din kasi dun sa article mo na you're doing this for your family. Since it's family day, it's your chance na nasabihin kung ano bang mensahe mo sa pamilya mo na nanonood.
Chill lang kayo dyan, ma. Magpapayaman na ako.
Hoy! Hinihintay ko yan, Hansa. Hihintayin ko yan.
Millionaire mindset eh.
Oo.
That's the most
payaman. At meron din ako ang gustong tanungin, Hans. Kasi kanina nakita ko sila bago pumasok dito sa MPL stage. Si Sean! Sean, nakita din namin yung post about you ha. Sobrang confident mo. Nasabi mo wala kang sinasanto sa pagpasok mo dito sa MPL. Where do you get that confidence boost?
First of all po, hindi po talaga yung dila para sa Falcons yun. Para sa mga tropa ko lang yun. Tapos out of context yung MPL. Ayun.
Hindi naman, no?
Sorry.
Pero nakita namin talaga na maangas talaga si Sean on and off the MLBB arena sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Sean, ano ba yung inspiration mo kung bakit malakas ang loob mo ngayon?
Inspiration ko lang po yung mga kampi ko kasi di ko pangarap lang iniisip ko eh. Pati yung pangarap nila. Tapos yung ginagawa motivation.
Ayan. Sama-sama daw silang yayaman, Hans.
Correct. The dream is alive. I mean, nakausap na natin si Sean, si Lansu, si MP. Para naman si Kaloy. Parang hindi ko kasi nakausap si Kaloy. You know? Ano eh? Sino coach? Sino?
Si Baby JP.
Si Baby JP!
Di mo talaga yun?
Okay. Kaloy, hindi galing sa ayan. Speaking of which, you're also looking at one of our delegates para sa Southeast Asian Games sa December. Kaloy, you've achieved so much. An MDL champion, also a SEA Games delegate. Nakakadagdag ba ng pressure yun sa'yo para mag-perform lalo ngayon na nasa MPL ka na?
Siguro po, hindi po. Kasi confident na po ako sa sarili ko, sa teammates ko po. Lakas po kasi nila.
You know, the confidence is there. And I'm sure na maraming nanonood sa'yo na galing sa MDL that are also looking forward para makatungtong dito. Anong mensahe mo sa lahat ng mga nakalaban mo sa MDL at ngayon ay naglalaro to hopefully get that championship?
Tuloy nyo lang yung pangarap nyo kasi makapunta rin kayo dito.
Gaya ni Kaloy, they made it here and they claimed victory. Once again, your winners, Twisted Minds! just an amazing performance from the Minds. You can even see them. Tumatalon sila palabas ng ating stage. That is how ecstatic they are with this victory.
That's right, Hans. At sama-sama daw nga magpapayaman ang team na to hanggang dulo. And with that, we can't wait kung ano pa nga ba sasabihin ng ating mga casters.
That's great. I love to have those kind of interviews. I know, been lost in some translation, but you guys can't deny the amount of love and synergy there is between the players there for Twisted Minds. And, we heard from Coach Bonchan himself, like he'd love to see how they fare up against either TLPH or Onyx Philippines for that true limit test.
I love how in their first week alone in the big leagues, they know who they are and they know what they're capable of. Like, they're very confident.
Yeah, and it's not just like confident in themselves, it's confident in their team, their group as a whole, even despite the new addition of MP the King. And this guy, Sean, on the Kagura, played it twice in this entire series, but this was where we definitely got to see a lot of his highlights, a lot of the more aggressive flickers ins. Oh my goodness.
Even early on. I mean, that's where it all started, by this time you already had that early kill. But it's nice to see. Also for the Twisted Minds players there, like, I feel like they all have so much to say. And I like to see that because some players, they've been around for a while and it's like pulling teeth sometimes trying to get them back. Yeah. And
Not Sean.
Not Sean. Sean's confident as hell, and I like that he made this Kagura work so well with the team here.
It's been a while since we've seen a Kagura specialist in any pro league. Again, I'm throwing back to as far as...
Who would the last specialist
maybe
be?
Sans in MPL ID, or even as far back as Nicolette in NACT.
Yeah.
Like, those are the only real Kagura specialists that come to mind.
Yeah, even if I think about it here in the Philippines, like,
there
maybe
Haji
would come to mind, but like I'm not sure if it's even him that's really one of the Kagura specialists because it's been so long.
I remember there was a time where Kyrie was the mid laner for Onyx PH.
Oh.
And he stole a Lord with a Kagura combo.
It's so weird to think that some of like these players now we know were former mid laners. Like even Edward used to be a mid laner. I'm surprised to find out that he was. I think in season 6. So
5 and 6, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean these guys. Sean, like I'm glad to see they're meeting all the expectations, but nonetheless, I guess the idea was there for AP brand. It's just that it was a bit too hard. It's a bit similar to the Roger scenario where like there were a lot more demands for the lineup to work, and then they picked some fights which were not as well timed.
Yeah, AP Bren were so fixated on Shizo's performance in Game 2, which again, they're not wrong to do. They built the Harith the way they were going to anyways. But I think that Hylos was one of the main picks in the hands of Lansu that changed the game for him. Again, James Panks felt like a non-factor for the most part. Even Lord JM was wondering why he couldn't last underneath Twisted Minds lineup as much. And I understand now why Hylos is coming back.
Yeah, he kind of like went off into, wherever Centaurs go, land,
Centaur Heaven for
Centaur
a bit.
Heaven for a bit, And
somebody wished him back to life.
Yeah, and he fits a very specific role in a lot of the team compositions that we see right now. And I mean, Glorious Pathway for a lineup, I mean, you saw how fast they were able to engage if they wanted to. And that also being able to just kind of cut off routes with the Glorious Pathway works really well right now in our current meta. So phenomenal series that we got to see there. I think still AP Bren, like that, even given the score and everything else, there's still so much that we can see from them. And I hope we get to go ahead and see that develop even more in the weeks ahead of us for the regular season here. Now for Twisted Minds and for all their fan base out there, I know they're super excited because now they're sitting up there at the top currently. Now for our next matchup, this is also going to be an exciting one to see what after what we've seen the past couple days, and especially yesterday for TLPH versus TNC. How will this fare? This matchup here. What do you guys think? I mean, quick thoughts. Are you super excited about this one?
I'm nervous.
Nervous?
Yeah, I hope they get to redeem themselves in whatever performance they can because they both came from losses and people were expecting something else.
They were, and I know you guys are too, because. I guess in a way too, like even seeing that it was a sweep yesterday for TLPH against Onyx, like that doesn't paint the whole story. So if you guys didn't get to see that matchup yesterday, I highly suggest you guys go watch it because it was a great one, and I'm sure they even learned a lot, just from that match alone against Onyx. So again, we have another match. It's our last one that's ahead of us here to round out week 1 already for the MPL Philippines. And I know you guys are excited about it, but we are going to be taking a bit of a break. Before the break, we're going to go ahead and throw it over to Wolf for the Howl. Let's see what he has to say.
Welcome to the Howl, and what a game we've seen between two teams that we expected to have a
bloodbath, and they did deliver. Now, I've learned so much about the game. First, rookie bloodbath, and this is what we like. We don't like rookies who are scared of fighting. We don't like when it's your first match or your first week in the MPL and you're not going to be showing your 100%. In fact, Twisted Minds and the APBR rookies also showed their 1,000% perhaps, especially when it comes to aggression, and that's what we like. The rookie bloodbath that Twisted Minds employed in this game, like we said in the keys to victory, they have to have the Twisted mindset, and that's what we saw. 13 kills by one team, by the way. They have forced 13 kills in 7 minutes in game number 3. They fought Twisted with fire, and for APBR, that is something that they couldn't recover. And this is kind of related to what we also prescribed in the keys to victory, that they should be playing assassin junglers on Twisted Minds, or rather APBR should force Twisted Minds to go for utility junglers. However, there's a little bit of change. It wasn't necessarily assassin junglers that they used. They actually used fighters. And I don't know if you'll count Roger as well as Shin as fighters, but I do. And the idea is, if you're playing the assassins, you kind of wait for your cooldowns and your items. But when you're playing fighters, like the Shin as well as the Roger, you keep on fighting. And that's what we saw in that game. Now, we also saw that Twisted Minds said that greed ain't good. They agreed, and they saw that if you are your cores are fast activating, like your Hylos with the Shin and the Granger, like how fast that could get, you know that you can easily win the fights. And the word for today is Death Ball, because of the fact that I think in the metagame now, that is what we should be eyeing to use. Lastly, is it now time for the Kagura, maybe? We saw it 2-0 this series. It won against Selena, which is a natural counter. It also won against the Farsa. So maybe this is the metagame. Maybe this is the season where we're going to see the Kagura in action. 8-0-8 in 11 minutes for the mid laner of Twisted Minds and Sean. We know for sure that Kagura will be in the drafts over and over again. That has been our first series, APBR going up against Twisted Minds. We're going to have another banger of a series with TLPH trying to bounce back against TNC, who also wants to bounce back. That will be after this, so don't go away. MPLPH Season 16 will be back.
sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINES. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite with winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila.
Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y
malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour.
Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y
malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pinas, malakas. Bakit anong tumas? Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
And welcome back for joining us here on the English desk for MPL Philippines Season 16. It's day 3 of week 1. We're about to round it out. We've got a great matchup ahead of us. It's TNC versus TLPH. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Brigida. Guys, are we excited about this one? I know we shared some of our thoughts earlier on. How are we feeling about this?
I said I was nervous, but now that I've seen TNC Pro Team and Team Liquid in person actually walk in, I'm feeling a little better because they look good. So if they feel great about this matchup, then why should I sweat it?
Yeah, especially for Team Liquid. Despite probably like a ton of comments being thrown at them after yesterday, it feels like they're just more eager to redeem themselves for today's match.
They are, and before we get to the matchup here, Leo, I think we have something special for our viewers out there.
That's right. We're celebrating the Smart eSIM. More data, more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's only 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
Yes, you can. So again, big thanks to Smart. Grab your eSIM while you guys can and join us in for this matchup. Again, we have a lot of things ahead of us for this one. I think specifically, we talked about some of this from the last match, and there was a lot of history there. But before that, too, there's history of your own that you guys can make leading up to maybe one day being here because you could showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming. by organizing your own local tournaments through Project Esports for Everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and more.
Yep, you guys can visit the MPLPH website for more information and how to apply.
I think that's great, by the way. You know, keep giving these opportunities for aspiring pros one day to get to this point. Now, today's headline for us is, well, we're going to have to wait because this is the headline from our last match. As we were just saying, the Twisted Mindset stays victorious in Week 1. Now, if you missed it, Twisted Minds, I think a team that a lot of people maybe did not expect to come into Week 1 at the top of the standings here. They're currently 2-0.
They denied the reverse sweep from APBR by staying true to their identity. And I like that they showed some grit. They showed that they're able to play around, to learn from their mistakes, and then regain control of a series.
Yeah, and even when it comes to the interviews you hear from them, it's just like they acknowledge that they're new and that they're just so eager to prove themselves. And it's coupled with that really great confidence they have in one another. So it's nice to see them rise to the top in as early as week number 1.
That's a deadly combination. The self-realization of being new here and wanting to prove yourself with the confidence of knowing what you're capable of.
I would like to just say that's confidence. You know?
It is.
We just gotta have confidence in what we do, Leo. And I think you'll be there. That's the first step in a lot of the ways, you know, we approach life. So that's basically, I feel like, even when we talked about this earlier on, the winning interview, we saw how confident they were. So moving forward here to the last match of Week 1, it's TNC versus TLPH. Little matchup here with our gold laners, Benny Cutie and Oheb. There has been so much discussion and debate online, offline, everywhere line about the gold laners, man. You know, and Oheb being one of them. And I feel like Benny Cutie in a way too. Like, some people have already shared a lot of their thoughts on Benny Cutie's first showcase here in Week 1. I think, like, I know there's, anytime we watch TLPH play, by the way, you can pay attention to so many lanes. Is this going to be the one where we focus on the gold lane?
Ooh, as much as I'd want to say that I do have a lot of focus on the gold lane, and I feel like they are definitely going to be one of the standout players for this match, I personally, for TNC, I feel like I'll have my eyes on Chaknu. Like, this is just me, especially considering what we saw from them previously. And then for Team Liquid Philippines, maybe... Oh yeah, so maybe that's it for me, the Roamer matchup.
The Roamer matchup is, like I said, you can pay attention everywhere here. But for our headline, specifically for this one, we have to watch out for the gold laners. It's chasing gold, and it's Benny Cutie and Oheb, like we mentioned. You know, with both of these players, they have so much history between themselves as a 1v1 matchup in the gold lane, but also for the teams that they have played on up to this point. And the big thing that about gold lane, and this has not changed at all, like really for the most part, is they are activated by the team. You know, like, we get to see the gold laner shine usually later in the portion of the game, but the most, I feel like the gold laners that we pay attention to the most, they're making their own plays 1v1 with the gold laner. And that's why I love, like, the comparison between the gold laners, because they make the 1v1 in the early game between themselves.
It's no secret that the game is a team game, but scientifically and logically, about 10 to 15% of the game is played alone.
Yeah.
That is just the truth of being a gold laner in MLBB. But these two gold laners, specifically Oheb and Benny Cutie, they define a specific style of gold laning that in their own way have changed the game. Oheb has reached a height, a peak in his career like no other. Benny Cutie forced a change on the base because of how he plays.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of gold laners you're going to watch in this match.
It's the different play styles that I feel like is what is always the highlight with our players out here. So before that, we're going to throw it over to the All Access segment to hear more from our hosts.
Hello. Hello naman kayo. Hello po. And hello din kayo. Hello. O, yan na. O, okay na. Nasama ka na ni Sanji. O, Sanji, salamat. Salamat. Yan. Sanford, kasama ko nga pala. In case na hindi nyo alam, finals MVP lang naman, MSC, no? Kamusta naman?
Okay lang.
Anong workout routine mo?
Ngayon?
Oo.
Ako, forearms kasi bibindot ako eh.
Anong favorite mong ginagamit na machine sa gym?
Lat pull down.
Not pull down. Okay. Tatanungin pa ba kita kung anong preparations nyo? Champion kayo, di ba? So most likely parang sinasabi ko ba na sila dapat ang maghanda sa inyo? Or ano bang mindset nyo heading into this season?
Rookie ulit kami. Para gigil ulit, yun.
That's interesting. Parang sobrang familiar na kasi ang mga tao sa mga mukha ninyo to the point na kung ikaw magiging rookie ka ulit, anong IGN mo? Kasi yung Sanford medyo veteran na eh. Anong IGN mo ngayon?
Tagalin natin yung Sanford lang.
Ford lang. O sige, pwede. I like it. Ford. Eto na, Ford. Base sa mga nakalap na impormasyon, eto ang magiging moment mo for today. Anong rules nito?
Rules niya. Lakad lang.
Rules kailangan pa na.
Ginaganon pa yun eh. Hindi, taas mo na yan.
Ayun, taas mo na, taas yan.
Taas, baba.
Okay na.
Ano si?
Ganda yan. Game.
Bibilang
ba ako?
1, 2, 3.
Wait. 1, 2, 3, game.
Eto na.
Nagkakaano na.
Pero na ulit. G, anong favorite mong number sa electric pan?
2.
Sanford, anong favorite mong hero sa ngayon?
Arlot.
Kamusta ka naman, Sanji?
Sanji.
Ayun, Sanji.
Hindi, Sanji.
Anong favorite mong ulam na may sabaw?
Ulam na may sabaw sinigang.
Anong favorite mong ulam na may sarsa?
Sarsa, adobo.
Anong pinaka-gusto mong pinay... Yes! Maraming salamat, Sanford.
Lakas ni Bossan.
GG's. Good game. Balikan natin sa casters.
All right, I've seen this a couple times now, and Leo, I think we need to challenge Hans to an arm wrestling match, man.
You know what? I'm not so sure if that's a smart idea. Number one, he's got a sleeper build, and number two, he's taller than most people would agree, because it's stage magic what we're seeing, but none will acknowledge that he's like a 6'1", 160-pound tall man.
I think
the stats don't apply to you. You're a behemoth. You are of biblical proportions. That is different.
It's different, but I don't know. I feel like for all the teams, eventually we're gonna have to have like a montage. Maybe there's one player out there that also has a sleeper build and is going to beat Hans.
So is that what we're waiting for? Like whoever is gonna be able to beat Hans ever in an interview?
I think you're gonna have to call on Team Liquid's photographer Eugene to try. Guy was a legit fighter.
Yeah, I love how Sanji was like unofficial for that. I don't know. Maybe
he got scientific.
He got scientific with it. But we're gonna go ahead and ask you guys what you think with our community poll here. The classic poison. Can an old recipe work in a new era? Yes, no, maybe, not yet. So, what is classic poison here? This one's stumping me.
Okay. I think this is a callback to the execration time of Benny Cutie, Chakno, and Etumax being together. Okay. And I think it's also where the entire timers or the Omega poison originated. Although, should I answer this?
You can answer it, Brig.
Okay.
Throw your answer out there.
C.
Maybe?
Maybe? Can we just remove the maybe?
I think it's D. I think not yet.
Not yet.
You give anything a set amount of time, it's going to work.
As in like week 1's too early?
Yeah. Check in after week 4. That's being very generous. I give TNC ideally like week 3. If by week 3 it's not working out, you have to do something drastically different.
Yeah.
I think week 4 is always kind of like our standard measurement of how the teams are doing.
Checkpoint.
Yeah, like the checkpoint, and then things really take off like second half of the season. Now, for this, I do want to say, for me personally, this is just my opinion, like when I saw TNC play the first game, I was a little underwhelmed because I don't know. I guess I came into the opening week and I thought there was going to be a little bit more from TNC.
Are you saying no?
Yeah, I'm saying no. Well, right now I'm saying no.
Okay.
But I think the same could be said for TLPH yesterday. So I don't know if you guys agree with me. We'll find out because right now we're going to go ahead and get ready for this matchup. We're going to go welcome TNC and TLPH to the stage.
Can an old recipe work in this new era? It's Three-Mar, Saida, Lancey, Chaknu, and Benny Cutie. Phoenix Army, this is TNC Pro Team! Cavalry, your heroes have arrived. Can they shake off yesterday's loss to find today's victory? It's Sanford, Carl Tizzy, Sanji, JP, and Oheb. This is Team Liquid Philippines. To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jeff. Joined by their coaches, it's Coach Etomax for TNC and Coach RC for Team Liquid Philippines. Cavalry, Phoenix Army, I wanna hear you scream!
And there we go, ready for this matchup here. This is going to be TNC. Leo, take us through.
So on day one, TNC went all the way against Smart Omega. So despite Joseph being underwhelmed by what he saw, I think they're a diamond in the rough. I think you just gotta let them find their footing in the current metagame, give Coach Etomas a chance to cook, and then maybe the poison kicks in. This is one way to benchmark if that's going to happen against a champion of not just the league, but the most prestigious event so far in this calendar year, MSC. They're facing off against Liquid.
Liquid it is, and Brigida, what do you think about this? How are they going to fare here, and how's the lineup for TLPH?
Yeah, if you did mention feeling a bit underwhelmed when we first saw TNC, then Team Liquid Philippines, some people might feel that their performance has been a bit shakier than usual, or than we're used to seeing them, especially coming fresh from MSC. But this time around, I guess Team Liquid have already acknowledged that there is probably a bit of catching up to do. Like, I think it was mentioned that they're, of course, has just been a 2-week break and that they've probably just regrouped a couple days before. So
fatigue.
There is fatigue, but if Sanford did mention earlier that they're keen to really get back into shape this season, then that's what we're expecting to see for this match.
You got to think how much rest our players have had from the international event, right? But first, let's go ahead and throw it over to Wolf for the Howl for this matchup.
Welcome to The Howl. This is Wolf presenting you the Infinix keys to victory. It's TNC versus TLPH. And I know that this is just the third day of the season, but this might be one of the most important games for both teams because they started with a 0-1 record, and most teams that start 0-2 in the league actually did not fare well in the regular season. Eventually, like the entirety of it, they might not even get to the playoffs in that case if they started 0-2 historically. So this is very important for both of them. Now, for TNC to win against TLPH, they have to start with the EX-Plane. And EX-Plane heroes that will be picked today should be tempo controllers. This is your Lapu-Lapu, your glue, but any kind of hero that doesn't require that much farm but actually forces rotations for your opponents. And apart from that, they have to play 4 Protect 1 with Benny. I firmly believe that this lineup of TNC that has been formed before, and even if you look at the recipe, the pieces together, it speaks 4 Protect 1 and 4 Protect King. Well, in this case, the King is Benny Cutie. They have to employ that. Now, for TLPH, it's very interesting because it is related to my last keys to victory for TLPH, but they just have to not play greedy with their tri-core setup. It's pretty simple. Their EXP lane, their jungler, as well as their gold laner should not be greedy. Meaning to say, you only have like 2 farming cores, maybe even at most 1, you know, because that's the TLPH brand that we need to see. Apart from that, they just have to shrug off yesterday's loss and play as fast as they did during MSC, during their championship run, the brand of TLPH. Let's find out if that will be the case. Gonna be throwing it over back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for the Howl. They're the Infinix keys to victory for this matchup. And, you know, I gotta agree. I think one of the biggest factors for, I would say, like TNC's start at the for the regular season here was maybe they have a little bit more control in the XP lane. I know it was the first match that they had, and I remember, you know, 3mar was a little over. He was trying to make things happen on an R-Lot, for example, in game 1, and it throws them out of limbo. So I think in this case, maybe they can adjust from there, start with the XP lane, and also, like Wolf mentioned, I think that, like, play into Benny, like protect Benny, allow him to get online, because that's the thing, our gold laners need time in the game to get to the point where they can shine, you know, and if you lose too many early team fights, you're not going to get there for the gold lane.
Playing for Benny is rarely a bad thing.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's Team Liquid Philippines job to play fast, as mentioned in the Howl as well, because I feel like if they do want to pick up the pace and do that liquid stampede we know of them, then the tri-core setups really won't be the way to go. Although you could probably argue too that the draft has probably been a bit challenging for them because of the focus on a certain hero, a certain player, let's say JP even struggling to find like what he wants to play best or what he feels suits best in the lineups that they used in the previous game. So I think that's what we're going to pay attention to, how they draft and what does their draft require.
I won't lie, I actually enjoyed when JP got his hands back on the Jawhead.
Yeah.
And that is a hero that, you know, speaks to a fast game. Maybe it's just how they put the pieces together.
Yeah. And even watching at home that game 2, I think I was shouting at my TV alongside everybody else when I saw that arrow like hit Carl TZ, you know, and I'm like, oh man, like it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, if you get the chance to go ahead and use a Selena in a certain situation with certain players, they can make game-winning arrows like that. So I'm not sure how TLPH will adjust, but I think that's the same concept. Like, just forget about yesterday. Go into this one, play your game, and bring it to show here in Game 1. TNC is going to be on the blue, though.
I'm wondering if Team Liquid Philippines, again, will let go of the Lancelot, though. I think that's been a trend we observed from them yesterday, going up against Onyx Philippines. And although this is not Onyx Philippines, this is still Zyda. And Zyda has been a very prolific assassin jungler as well, if any.
Maybe just consider the Yi Sun Shin Lancelot trade. Like, if you're so scared of what could happen in the jungle, just make sure your jungler ends up with a fighting chance. So, Coach RC here with one last ban going into the picks.
Let's hear from the crowd.
I like this. This is better. Again, you do end up with both of those junglers open.
So what's going to be the choice for TNC here? The Farsa's there as well. It's still open.
That's such a question. You don't rush either the Lancelot or the Yi Sun Shin. You get something else just as important, and then you wait for what opens up.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll play Kimmy though too. Like, there's been a couple games where, wait, was she banned at all last series? I don't think she was, right? Kimmy was just let through.
Was not banned, not picked either.
Yeah. And I don't know if TNC is considering that Sanji hasn't been playing much of the Farsas recently. It's more of the Zushins. Like, even in MSC, I feel like he's been spamming Jushin a lot.
To banish all darkness.
So they prioritize the Lancelot instead. And that might be my next question. Does Sanji pick it up here, even though there is an Arlot on the opposing side? Or does he stick with those mages that he seems more comfortable with?
Lancelot, yeah, because the Lancelot can just puncture his way onto you, burst you down with a full combo, and get out. Yeah, you know what? Yesterday, they didn't Kimmy, but they did Valentina.
Yeah.
You know what? Even the Valentina was kind of a question mark there.
Yep.
I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, because I mean, in that game, it was like, whose ultimates were you really going to take? It was probably like the Hylos. You know, maybe the Blazing Duet that they had yesterday against the Quad. So there's Hylos and Farsa though is what TLPH will pick up here, and you know this does. I feel like the Hylos, we just spoke about this last match. Like, he fits right now currently. You bring him back, and hopefully it's also enough to go ahead and help protect. I would say Sanji on the Farsa.
Yeah, and I guess it's also still a flex. So they aren't necessarily going to run out of options later on between the EXP or the Roam role. But recently, or even the previous series, I think it was EXP. EXP Hylos.
In the hands of Lansu. Yes, it was. And it was such a quick blitz pick, too. They knew exactly what they were doing with it. TNC locking in the Granger and the Glutot Kacha. These are all heroes that we know are good in the current metagame. Does Liquid let go? No, they don't. All right, I love it. First phase closed up.
Wow.
Solid picks both sides. It's just in an order we didn't expect.
Yep.
Because TNC just clearly said, yeah, we want the Lance.
Yeah, and these are just so much ways to reach the Farsa. We don't even know who the gold lane is going to be just yet. I don't know if they're considering the Ruby because like they pair that often whenever there's a Yi Sun Shin jungle, but
Ruby?
Yeah, but we're heading into the banning phase too, so maybe that gets considered by TNC.
Yeah, maybe TNC bans Ruby Harith.
Ruby Harith.
Or Harith Moskov, and then they dare Liquid to pick the Ruby.
Yeah. Funny how TLPH did ban the Kimmy out. You know, just because I think it would have worked really well with the first 3 picks that they had here. So TNC is probably going to go ahead and focus down on maybe XP lane. I guess just XP lane options that could happen.
Well, there is a Fovia still for 40 if ever TNC does want to consider that, but they go for, again, the gold lane options we were talking about. So the Ruby remains in question for Team Liquid Philippines, but if not, I guess there are still other gold lane options too. But do they want to pick up a gold laner that takes a bit more time, or preferably one that has a slightly earlier power spike? Because I feel like that might be the way to go, since they have the Farsa high loss anyway.
I was actually expecting TNC to maybe ban the glue, but I like this answer here. I like the proactivity Liquid showing even on the red side.
Gosh, what are we going to see in the XP lane? I mean, the CC's taken out. Phoveus, like we're going to mention, is still open though too. Glue being banned out. Lapu, yeah.
Lapu's good at the Liquid's lineup.
Yeah, that's...
I wonder if TNC can get their hands on it. Unless TLPH picks it up here now and then...
Save the gold lane for last.
Exactly, because they're in no rush.
Yeah.
Time to take the field.
Wow.
All right, Bruno. So they just narrowed down some of the gold lane options here.
So they let through the Moskov.
Yeah.
There's no rush, so maybe we do get to see the EXP lane here now.
This land is our home.
There's the Laps.
And it will soon be your burial ground.
40 taking the Lapu. Now, what does this put XP for 3-Mar? So far, we've seen him on... it was the Lapu, it was the Arlot, and the Glue, so...
Yeah.
Does he Esmeralda?
Does he Esmeralda?
Uranus is open. Is this one of those weird times where you actually Uranus?
Or do they want a bit more crowd control also? Although it doesn't really matter because it's a Lapu, and that can... or the Lapu can immune himself for like the majority of the time.
That's why Esmeralda might be good.
Yeah.
And that would... technically, that would fit the keys to victory, you know? At least get the Esmeralda, you help with some of the control in some of these team fights, because then Chaknu doesn't have to be the one doing most of the setups. But the Phoveus was open, so they'll go the Phoveus, then they'll take the Valentina here.
Oh my god, the Valentina has so many picks for ults. Even the Mountain Shocker would be great.
They have so many ways to gather information. I'm not sure if you still want a Ruby if there's already a Valentina in TNC's lineup. What are the other gold laners that can shred down? There's a carry, or just a
Carry,
Moskov?
what? Claude, Moskov?
Yeah.
Probably I would assume Moskov.
There's no... Claude's not necessary. You're right, yeah. So Moskov, Ruby, carry.
Yeah. Either of the three. OM seems to be thinking about it right now.
Where'd Irithel go?
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's going to be the Moskov. I just... sort of like makes sense, put some pressure, and again, you can never count out the Spear Destruction. So that is the choice for TLPH here. Brigida, do you think this is pretty good? Like, well, are you leaning towards TLPH?
This looks more like TLPH. Like, the lineup does feel more like TLPH. So I think I'm gonna be very comfortable with that. TNC, on the other hand, though, the Lancelot. I feel like that's one thing we definitely have to watch out for heading into this game, under or in the hands of Zyda.
Yeah, lane to lane, I think that's one of their strongest matchups. I like that they were proactive about it. TNC are confident that with Zyda getting his hands on the Lancelot, this is one solid way for us to claw back from any position that we find ourselves in game 1.
We'll take one last look at the lineups here as we get ready to jump in this match. It's the final one for week 1, our opening week here at MPL Philippines Season 16, and it's going to be a great one ahead of us. Both teams are looking to get that win heading out of the first week here. The drums are in the stadium, of course, our little stadium of MPL Philippines Arena, and let's see if they can go ahead and get a start in this best of 3, either TNC or TLPH.
Yep. Lancy and Chaknu will be the first to clear it out. I would expect a faster wave clear come in from Sanji and JP too, but I feel like they're gonna play this a bit more conservative as well, considering that they have the Yisun Shin in their jungle, so they'll have to ensure that he gets to farm up fast. Looking at the emblems, I guess it's pretty normal for majority of the heroes.
Yeah. Early on too, I mean, there's not too much I feel like you could do with both the lineups here. Like usually we see some pretty aggressive starts, you know, early rotations, but this one's a little difficult.
Yeah, Lancey's rocking Inspire. I like how he's very proactive about getting early on cooldown reduction. So he really wants the uptime on that Valentina. So far though, Liquid are winning the farming race, up by about 200, 300 gold.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Sanji is positioning himself in these kinds of areas nonetheless. I don't know if they have an idea that Chaknu's actually already down bottom, trying to help the EXP lane. So TNC might be really after those fast rotations and racking in those EXP fast, so they get an advantage in the upcoming or the first objective fight.
I wish we had like a little mini cam, you know, for the gold lane like the whole time that could just pop up and be there, because like you can kind of see it from the mini map alone. Chaknu's charging up here with the Unbreakable, doesn't catch anyone, and we'll have to pop the Revitalize, so that's going to be down for him. And Turtle's coming up, so that actually might be a good enough advantage for TLPH.
Yep, they know that one major resource for TNC are off the charts right now. Sanford initiating on the Zyda, and now they're underneath, down to 10th of a talent. The Turtle still standing, and Zyda secures. KarlTzy compromised. There's a better strike, the answer by Sanji. Chaknu here, down to about 10th of a talent, gets taken down. First blood drawn by the chef. He's cooking. Traded out for Daddy JP, and down goes 3 more. Sanji got a double.
Even though the bravest fighter stuns and the zoning attempts didn't necessarily connect from Sanford, they were still able to find a way back, and they handed over 2 kills to Sanji. I feel that's gonna be very massive for Team Liquid Philippines, and they were also able to keep KarlTzy alive. So it wasn't completely a win by TNC just because they got the turtle.
Yeah, the early kills for Sanji. This is one of the things, you know, Farsa early on, Artillery Mage is going to be really tough to work against, just because of the fact that now when the Feathered Airstrike is dropping down early on and he gets his first item earlier than everybody else, it's going to be tough. But also, that team fight was a little weird. I mean, it just seemed like everything was kind of either mistimed or they just kind of juked each other out, that nothing was really landing until eventually a fight just broke out. You know, even the Spear Destruction went through.
Pushed Liquid out of Retribution range, but TLPH played for the post-take. They played for the turn, which is very good given that Chaknu had the Revitalize off of cooldown. It was better this way. Now 1v1 down bottom, Sanford versus Tremar. In comes Zyda. I wonder how Zyda takes this. Sanji with the Feathered Airstrike up top, Benny Cutie force a sidestep 4v2. I think Liquid wanted more from that rotation.
Sanford I mean, he seems fine. So both across the map, a play was trying to be made for both sides, but neither makes it happen. You can see this in early glowing wand over here for Sanji for the first item that go ahead and help with some of this sustainability from TNC. Now this is another objective fight for both teams, and we'll see them reset for this. Both gold laners should be able to join this too, but you just have Oheb making his way down bot. There's going to be a switch up here coming forward, and they'll just delay this turtle for now, and Lancey will hold on to the glorious pathway. So TLPH has this like very minor upper hand. We'll see if they play it through.
Oh, Sanford goes in with a bravest fighter.
Oheb.
All right, he's got 2 held hostage. 3 members of Liquid alongside 3 members of TNC here, and there's the glorious pathway. The Mount Shocker. Where's he gonna throw it? SOD lands. There's a precarious position. AOG coming through. Chaknu hits him, but Karl still gets the turtle. Down goes the Mamba as KarlTzy takes him down. Following through is Tremar. Daddy JP says, go to sleep.
Even though they weren't completely the ones to set up first, the mere fact that Sanford was able to poke down the members of TNC before that fight, particularly Chaknu and Benny Cutie, even though Naisu, you mentioned that the gold laner should be able to join this, that already helped Team Liquid Philippines so much. Oh, I thought Sanji was gonna fight that, but going back, that was able to set things up for Team Liquid. And even despite that messy fight, KarlTzy getting that objective, this is going to help them a lot. They already are on a 2k gold lead.
Yep, mid lane here, just kind of figuring things out. That bottom turret did go down, so...
Wow.
And the top one. TLPH is just converting a whole lot, you know, in the past minute or so.
This is TLPH's kit working double time. They have macro. They have even micro, given that KarlTzy dodged all of that with a traceless into the retribution. And it's because of that now TLPH is out 3,000 gold. It's very hard to play as TNC now because you ask yourself, should we fight them? Should we attack them on a lane-per-lane basis? Or do we just let this happen?
Yeah, and it's also after those wins that they get to convert. It's not entirely on the back of OHEB to just go for the opposite lanes and to push the waves. It's actually OHEB joining the fights a lot more on this Moscow. It's great to see that it's also the SODs being able to land.
Carl?
But in mid...
Carl walks to a brush with Chakno in it, but wait, there's a fight breaking out. Lord's pathway dropped in, Lancey down to a tenth of his health. TLPH are taking this by force. They want to push mid.
Yeah, they're not going to get the mid, but this next turtle's coming up, last one of the game. They've got the control they want. They can still control this side of the map too. So Zyda's trying to put some work, and Sanford, top of the Bravens fighter. But again, TNC is in fighting position. The conceal was used too. So Lancey holds on to this glorious pathway. This might help them secure this last turtle if they can. OHEB still top side, but Chakno will take a couple shots. Here's the turtle.
Mount Shocker plus the glorious pathway. Zyda still gets the retribution though, and that's a lot of damage rained down on the front line of the Liquid. Sanji falls, and now Sanford and JP retreating. OHEB still pushing off of the camera. Sanford gets taken down. It's just JP. Few turret hits, saves Zyda with the Thorn Rose, and Liquid get run over for the price of a tier 2 turret.
You feel that there was a bit of hesitation. They already had the information. They knew where TNC were going to come from or where they were actually positioned at, but they weren't able to completely set things up. JP wasn't able to, and it was TNC who went in first, and you could not afford to let TNC do that all at once, because when you sync up that IMU glorious pathway together with the punctures and even the dives coming in from 3-Mar, you could expect the damage to just keep coming in. And not to mention, they also handed over a kill to Benny Cutie on the Sky Piercer. So this is slowly becoming TNC, or this is slowly TNC becoming a lot more comfortable.
Yeah.
TNC forced out ults from Liquid off time, and Liquid used their ults to try and secure the turtle. But again, if you're deep into a pit like that, the iframes on the Lancelot will just get you there.
Not only that too, but they, TLPH playing for objectives here. They're going to go for the mid turret down the tier 1 down. So they might have lost some of the lead, but TNC's doing a great job holding on.
The answer coming in from Lancey, his own glorious pathway. In comes the rest of the Phoenix army. Sanford, look at the back line, trying to go for it.
Going for Benny.
Very low. AOG to secure the kill on Daddy JP. While Sanford finds none. SOD by OHEB finds 3-Mar and Chakno. Not the best targets for Moscow at this point in the game. Liquid just lose one.
That was such a good attempt from Sanford to zone out Benny Cutie, but then TNC is in enough position now to actually just go toe-to-toe with TLPH. They've done a great job at just keeping themselves in this game by not letting that 3,000 gold lead that TLPH had earlier on balloon up. So this gives them a great position and potentially a chance to just take this Lord and turn this game over even further if they can secure it.
Yeah, honestly, earlier it felt like Sanford actually wanted to go in for the kill even, because they already lost JP. He had Benny Cutie all to himself, but he wasn't able to land the skills, and he did not have enough damage just yet because there's just so much mobility in the hands of Benny Cutie on this Ranger too. But Team Liquid Philippines, they seem to be looking to get this first Lord.
Oh, there's a conceal by the Mamba, gets spotted by the Mount Shocker. That's a false engage. They're going to continue the dance here. Sanji popped off the feathered airstrike. I don't think this is a good start for Liquid.
Ooh.
And there's the glorious pathway of their own.
OHEB pushing.
That's OHEB pushing, yep. And might even get it here too, secured.
Oof, they gotta make sure they keep track of where OHEB is. This is the power, I would say, of a Moscow for a while. Like, a lot of teams love to just go ahead and draft them up because it allows you to just push across the map and then join the fight once you land that Spear of Destruction. And, I feel like you land those more than you miss them, especially in these crucial fights around the Lord. So TLPH will continue to put pressure there, and it's up to TNC on how they respond to this.
They're using that long lane and the threat of the dance to get that split push.
Yeah, they've managed the wave so well, so they have to send up someone to top.
There's the Mount Shocker, catches the Mamba off guard while Sanford went against 3, forcing them back. 40's the last glorious pathway, set up in an X right here as 3-Mar gets skewered. Serving up a kill to Daddy JP, 2 men down for TNC, while Liquid are still holding their ground. In comes Zyda looking for kills on Carl and Oheb. Baby Cakes back out.
TNC is still fighting back against the odds of the push across the map. They still delay TLPH from taking the Lord.
Oh my goodness, Sanji. Oh, I thought he was gonna try to go for something. It's the San duo here and the Baby Cakes duo over there. But literally, Team Liquid Philippines, it just feels like they're going in and out. They're not fully committing to the Lord. They're trying to get the advantage first, the clear advantage first, and that's when they're gonna be willing to take this objective, to take this Lord. Interestingly enough, even if you look at the lane matchups, EXP lane up ahead by almost 2k, the gold lane too, ahead by a decent amount of gold. It's just in the jungle, so I feel like that's why they're really being wary of Zyda and his ability to just contest when it comes to the objective.
Man, I feel like Benny is like, Oheb, I've seen this before. I've done this before. The pressure across the map, he's not going to let him go and just, you know, push the game for a win. They're going to have to control it, though. That's the biggest part for TNC, is controlling that long lane. And this Lord has been delayed for a while, so I'd say TNC's doing the work. They're doing the job that they want to. Zyda's still a threat, and Sanford has been putting in the work to just go ahead and play on this side of the map to keep them from having that angle. And Conceal's going to be used. TLPH, Mountain Shocker there.
The Cavalry are going hunting. They spot 3mar. They push back Zyda. Gets hit by the Mountain Shocker. Killed by the GOAT himself. And now 3mar dives onto 3 with the Infernal Pursuit, and he gets taken down. Carl gets a double. And just like that, TNC are half-cocked. AOG from the Mamba goes in, finds JP. Oheb answering back, revitalized by Chatty JP with the help of 40. That's 4 down. Carl finds another. Benny the only one left.
Oh my goodness,
they're still going. Oheb looking for blood, does get the push on tier 2 down bottom, and then Liquid goes for the Lord.
Such great use of information from Team Liquid. They had very minimal info, but once they used that Mountain Shocker, got to find out that Zyda was a bit isolated from the rest of TNC. That's when they decided to go for it. And Carl says the way he just reserved that Mountain Shocker up until the very last minute to ensure that there will be no iframes. They were able to take down Zyda, and that's what mattered the most, because the rest of TLPH were able to do whatever they wanted to. Sanford kept zoning everyone, and now they have the Lord in their hands and that 6k gold lead.
They did the work. TLPH made it happen together with that conceal play too. And they've done that push now on some of the shields up here on these base turrets. So they'll play into this. Zyda forced out. A Glorious Path already dropped down.
Daddy JP showing TNC that they mean business. The Mamba catches one salvo. AOG on out defensively. And they continue to assault the base. Top lane and bottom lane penetrated. TNC are bleeding.
Oh, they're gonna have to push that mid lane in. The waves making their way. They have one turret in the base here for TNC. Chaktil already using that conceal. They're gonna try to defend.
Lancey's Glorious Pathway stolen. OA used to slow down TLPH's forward momentum. And TNC are holding on. They're not down just yet. Not out.
Not yet. They're still able to find a way back. Actually, it was great that Chaktil was really able to still use that AOG to get out of that, because I feel like Team Liquid Philippines would have really pushed forward if they were already able to take one member down from TNC. But that's gonna be the struggle now, because Sanji seems too free on this Farsa, even despite us pointing out that there's a Lancelot, there's a Garot Kacha, and there are just multiple ways for TNC to reach him. Now that we see Sanji again on the Farsa, it really does look like he still has it.
So good at relocating himself. 3mar here. Almost goes down. Gets hit by the tail end of that Mountain Shocker. Barely survives.
Like, look at the threat that Carl is on the YSS alone. That's just how devastating it is when you have this kind of lead too for TLPH. So for TNC, as they get ready to go ahead and face down either the decision of, do we contest the Lord, knowing that our base has 2 turrets down, and they hold on to that mid turret. And they know that OHEB is probably going to put pressure again on that long lane. So TNC has a difficult choice to make, and they're almost forced to also stay together to an extent here. Look at Carl. Again, so go ahead and spawn out Chaknu.
Oh, gets hit by the tail end of the ult and some salvos. Chaknu's burning. Chaknu, AOG out. He's safe.
Carl TZ used that Mountain Shocker again at such great timing. So even though it felt like TNC seemingly wanted to attempt to go for something in the long lane, they had it figured out. So now, Team Liquid Philippines are in full control of the Lord Pit, but there's a conceal from TNC too.
All right. The attempt by TNC Pro Team. Another Mount Shocker online. JP goes in with the Glorious Pathway. There's no way for Team to survive this. Down he goes. Feather Airstrike by Sanji from the east. Down goes Zaida. Carl TZ finds one. And another triple for the GOAT. OHEB gets one too. And it's just Benny Cutie. Immortality pop. It's all but over. Carl TZ's a maniac. Game 1 goes to Team Liquid.
And at the end there, TLPH comes in with the stampede that we've seen so many times before to take game 1.
That last clash was too clean from Team Liquid Philippines. The way they were just able to burst down 3-Mar all at once, and Sanford going in, forcing out the Wind of Nature from Benny Cutie, but it's not even the physical damage from Team Liquid who got to really burst down Benny Cutie too. It was Sanji flying right in front of Benny Cutie, bursting him down on the Farsa. And that's where they were just all spamming recalls right before ending the game.
That was some style there at the end, you know? And I again, it's like Sanford on the Lapu Lapu. He still got it, man. Like, he was able... I just feel like Benny Cutie had a terrible time going against this. He's like, man, it's Sanford again, you know? And Carl TZ, of course, the GOAT here, getting the MVP. He almost had the Savage. I think the kill went over to OHEB, right?
Yep.
OHEB got one of the kills there, and Carl TZ nearly had a Savage, but of course gets a Maniac. This YSS, there's a reason why this hero also gets banned many of times.
So much vision, so much damage once you get a few items in and you get in your opponent's head that they wonder, all right, at what range can we engage this Yi Sun-shin? And also to consider, now I have a newfound appreciation for the last part of that ult, the extra stun, that burst that comes out of the little skateboard that we like to call he throws out. It's amazing what Carl TZ has done with this hero. Again, he's usually the Lancelot, right? He is the Lancelot. But for TNT to go for the Lancelot first and then give this to Carl now?
They went for the trade.
Yeah.
And
they end up regretting it.
They end up regretting it, man, because the YSS here, as we see from the MVP highlights, there's so many good fights. But like, I do want to say that TNC did a pretty good job at these team fights. They knew the game plan, and they even at one point turned around the almost 4K gold lead that TLPH had at one point. But like you mentioned, Leo, I think it was just maybe a power spike where like YSS just gets to this point where he is alone enough damage to put a threat on even the tanks.
More than just a power spike, I think it's the utility. Because what other hero allows for you to do this at such a small amount of time? Again, the Howl by Kaisam Wolf no Puedo, he said, Liquid play fast. They didn't exactly play fast. This was a relatively longer game in the grander scale of things, but they made decisions fast. What was that? The kill on Zaida just a few seconds from that highlight. That is what mattered. That's the kind of play that made a difference.
Yeah, and I feel for TNC, the reason why it turned out this way too was the decisions they made didn't seem as coordinated, or like some of them went in or not even some of them. I feel like all of them went in at different timings.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see like the, I'd say, expected sequence of how they're gonna layer their ults or how they're gonna layer their skills, either be it through 3-Mar or Chaknu going in first or complementing each other, and then having the follow-up from Zaida and Benny Cutie, and Lancy also supporting or assisting that through the glorious pathway that he can get through the IMU. And we did see that happen once or twice, and that's wherein they got some kills. That's wherein they got some wins up against Team Liquid Philippines. But when they don't get to do it at the same time, or when Team Liquid Philippines is successful enough in forcing them to react or bait out a single member from TNC, then that's where it goes downhill for the Phoenix Army.
I love the select choice by Sanji to pick up rapid boots. This allowed for Liquid to basically extend the range of their kill box. Because you never know where the Farsa is, even when she doesn't have wings by wings. She's able to keep the wings by wings and still rotate very quickly because of the extra move speed you get by exiting combat.
And I love this too, like the fact that, I mean, look how much damage Sanford took on the Lapu Lapu. And it's crazy because sometimes you see the Lapu Lapu built a little bit differently. This time he also just like, he went like basically full tank. You know, he had a War Axe, I think he had a War Axe there, but the dude was tanking everything. And, you know, I think part of this is like you get to see a different Lapu Lapu in the hands of different players. But obviously Sanford being one of them that just makes it work so well, and given how he needs to play it for the team.
That's no longer a conversation that Sanford and Coach Tic Tac have. Confirmed. Tic Tac respects Lapu Lapu and Sanford now.
Yeah, when you ask him who comes to mind first, whenever we talk about the Lapu Lapu,
It's no longer Edward.
It should be Sanford. Although Edward did, like, I think a great job with the Lapu in their first series. It just didn't convert into a win, but here it's different. It's so great to see them back. I feel like we're slowly getting back to the San duos again. Like, it's not just the baby cake that we're gonna pay attention to, but the rich guy, this is no surprise. It's definitely gonna be Oheb. Like, imagine just how much time he spent taking down all of those turrets.
Oh yeah.
All the while the fights were going on, and fortunately enough, it wasn't completely a losing team fight for Team Liquid. So he just kept getting into gold, and then once he decided to join the fights, that was already enough damage to deal with Three-Mar, with Chaknu, with everyone else.
It's funny how many like Spirit Destructions we saw like just graze by. Like there was a lot in those team fights that didn't land.
They landed, but he didn't press them.
He didn't press them, but some of them like literally were just off just a little bit, you know. But that's the masterclass there with the Mozkov. We are going to have another all-access segment, I believe. I don't know if this is going to be an arm wrestling one. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Ngayon, nandito na tayo sa waiting area ng TNC Pro Team kung saan kasama ko si Etomax, Benny Cutie, Chakno, tsaka si Hito. Oy, Hito, hello. Etomax, namiss mo ba si Hito?
Saktuhan lang ata eh. Hindi, namiss ko yan.
Namiss mo? Yakapin mo nga.
Ha?
Yakapin mo. Namiss mo ba si Benny?
Ako?
Oo.
Sino? Oo.
Yakapin mo din.
Yakapin ko din.
Oo, yakapin mo din. Yakapin mo din. Yan. Halika dito. Namiss mo si Chakno?
Oo.
Oo. Ikaw naman. Thank you, Etomax. And doon ka naman sa dulo. Yan. Sinong nakamiss sa'yo?
Namiss nyo ba ako?
Si Etomax ata.
Oo, ito.
Plastic ka.
Sige to, upo ka muna. Upo ka na to. Benny, namiss mo ba kalaro sa Chakno?
Oo.
Bilang kaibigan?
Oo.
Pero nayakap ka na ni Etomax. Namiss mo din?
Namiss ko yan.
Okay lang? Okay lang? Sige. Ayun, Chakno, halika na dito. Chakno, namiss mo ba si Hito?
Hindi yan.
Pero iyakapin mo pa rin?
Hindi na.
Hindi na. Namiss mo si Etomax?
Oo.
Iyakapin mo din?
Ulit na naman.
Gusto mo? Yan. Sige.
Kiss naman, kiss.
Ano yan?
Kiss naman.
Namiss mo ba si Benny? Kiss mo nga. Kiss mo nga. Kiss mo nga. Si Etomax na lang. Ayan na, Referee, ano ang rules?
No rules, but have manner.
Bilang ka na. Waka mo na yung mic.
In 3, 2, 1, bitaw!
Komentary mo naman.
Oo nga, pare sila malakas, pero parang walang gaana parehas Ge, bitaw mo lang. Asa mo, pag tayo patalo, Benny. Ge, galingan mo pa, konti pa. Ge, ay wala. Nagutom ata si Benny. Pwede ba kumain habang nagaganyan?
Bawal. Huwag ka tumawa. Sige, kaya pa.
Ang lakas ni Benny, pare. Parang kailangan ko na yatang gamitin ng ultimate technique. Benny, kamusta ka na? Ayos lang. Benny, anong paborito mong ulam sa electric pan? Ulam sa electric pan?
Nabahitan.
Maraming salamat. GG's, Benny. Balik na natin sa casters.
I'm starting to feel like
Yeah.
Hans has a strategy here, and he distracts them. I think that's his plan. What if he doesn't distract them?
It looked like Benny almost had him.
He has the dad strength, man. That's a true thing, by the way. Dad strength.
Yeah, no, again, just the physical act of carrying one's child, in this case, little Wan.
Little Wan.
I'm pretty sure that built up his forearms and his neck. I don't know.
Aww. 1-1.
I've never seen that, by the way.
Which one?
Like arm wrestling with like your...
I've seen it and I don't like
wrist?
it. I've seen it, I've done it, I don't like it. It's a very weird point of contact, and you're just not... your body is not meant to put that much strain on that part.
Yeah, on the wrist. That's what I was saying. But
at least not in that way.
Not in that way. I don't know what to take from the All Access, by the way. I don't know how we explain that.
They miss one another.
There's nothing to get, Joseph. Just take it. Just accept it.
All right. You guys saw it.
Take 2-second clips from that little segment. Just kisses, hugs, and just, yeah.
Classic Poison. Going back to that.
Just a random Tuesday in the execration boot camp.
Yep.
That was.
Basically. So, I don't know. Maybe they can use some of that camaraderie. I'll call it that. Some of that camaraderie. The brotherhood and get a game 2. Like, get game 2 under the belt so we can go to a game 3. Because, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like TNC was doing some of the right things in the previous game. It's just like something happened, you know?
For the most part, picking Lancelot into the usage isn't always a losing match, you know? It's a clear decision. It's still a 50-50 when you come down to certain parts of the game. But here, I think Liquid just gave him too much to think about. They gave him the Moskov off lane to worry about. They gave him Sanji's far side. They gave him 40's Lapu Lapu. So maybe...
like all these key picks.
Yeah. And I feel like through the ultimates that Lancey decides to pick up all the time, I think it was just a glorious pathway. By the way, it's pretty much given that what they want to go for is just the constant closing in onto Team Liquid Philippines, pressuring them and engaging in the team fights.
One might wonder, don't they really want actually the feathered airstrike? It's just they don't have the time to do it. They just never get the chance.
You know what I think it was, though? I think that, and that's something we usually see this from Sanji, and it's just like he's so good at staying away.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Again,
what's
Rapid Boots played a big part.
The Rapid Boots. You talked about this, and I think whenever we see that with Sanji, like, it's that sense of, the Filipino word popped in my head, like, tago.
Like the tago, hiding.
Yeah, he's just always hiding.
He keeps himself scarce. He's like, Lancey, you're never going to see me. You're never going to steal it at the right time.
Exactly. That's why Lancey, like, most of the time, he just had the glorious pathway. So,
whoa.
Yeah, whoa. I guess we're going to find out what the adjustments are going to be here for TNC to get, hopefully, to a Game 3 against TLPH. They are going to be on the blue side, and TLPH will be on the red. I think we still see similar bans, man, honestly, from the last match. That Arlet's being taken out. There goes the 1-1. And I'm wondering, I don't know, priority-wise, if they still play for the jungle, like maybe the jungle switch up for the matchup there. Like, what if Zyda just decides he wants the YSS this time?
If they're letting go of that trade again.
Need no protection.
It looks like that's where we're going.
Yeah.
If they're banning the Jushin here, I mean, they banned out the Arlot, so that's one. If they don't ban the Phobius, or maybe not even, like, it's not that much prioritized in terms of bans.
It's actually crazy because that last game, you know, they had the Phobius, but the fact that Sanji had 2 early kills and then he just like rushed Glowing Wand, like that helped so much with dealing with the Phobius.
So it seems like they're thinking about this last ban really hard.
Because this dictates what allows for the first picks, like what they're trading that first pick for.
When you gaze into the
they're going the same route.
The abyss. Or could they go Parsa themselves? But then the decent shit. Wasn't
No, I think that's a better deal.
Yeah.
I think that's a better deal. If TLPH lets through the Lancelot and the Yisun Shin, TNC can take the Farsa first, and then Liquid can get one or the other, and then go from there. Oh, it doesn't even have to be that way. From Red, you can even not pick Yisun Shin and Lancelot and still get it in Red 3.
Yeah.
TNC's going for this YSS. It's either that or they go Lance again, yeah.
Or Farsa.
Because if not, it could also be a Farsa Kalea that Team Liquid Philippines pick up later on. But they still go for Lancelot.
So this is the same. This is the
running it back.
Yeah, run it back. Get the Farsa.
Unless it's Hylos again.
Farsa Hylos.
If we're talking about running it
there
back.
is.
Okay.
Might as well.
Might as well.
This land is our home.
Oh, that.
Switch up. Okay, steal away 40's Lapu Lapu. And then...
Maybe not the Gatot, or do they still want the Gatot?
Oh, the Gatot would really just ruin team fights, but...
Yeah, there it is. Then do you like still take the YSS, or do you just pick up an XP laner so you secure it for Sanford?
Still the YSS.
Just YSS? Okay.
Would still YSS. I think 40 can find a way to deal with this Lapu Lapu if that's the only thing that changes.
Yeah. Because like if Glue's not banned out, he can go Glue.
Got him lined up in
Oh yeah,
that's right.
I forgot we weren't casting AP Bren anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, but still, yeah, it gets banned anyway.
Yeah. This will be interesting to see what like Sanford ends up picking then, because as he's going against the Lapu Lapu here, he might even we threw around Esmeralda in the last draft too, so not sure if that's something that Sanford wants to do, but they'll go ahead and focus down the mid lane. What does this leave then for Lancey to pick up? Would they rather just force him again on the Valentina?
There is no Selena, no Kimmy. Oh, yeah, the options are slowly running out.
So what is this? Are they gonna pick Harith? Or no, unless Harith gets banned here. If that's the case,
I am not the only
Moskov still?
by these
yeah. So
chains.
they're going for the Moskov Harith gambit. Like they want to go for the winning trade.
If I were Team Liquid Philippines, I'd be feeling the Moskov. And maybe... do they want to save it though? Like, what do they want to save? Is it the XP or the gold? Because you already know the matchup in the EXP lane.
Magic is mine.
There's the Harith. All right. So they'll do that. And then you go Moskov.
Moskov in Benny's hands. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you put mid? I actually still do not like the Valentina.
I was just saying they might be in a position where it's just.
Maybe
what if they could? What if he does Kagura? Yeah, I was saying. What if he does Kagura? Novaria?
Where there is light,
the Lu
Yi carry.
Well, this is signature Benny too, so
Very different damage profile coming in from TNC here. I can't say I'm confident. I can't say I'm 100% with it.
begin.
Liquid answers with a Ruby. So it's up in the air. Where does this Ruby go? Is this an XP lane Ruby? Is Sanford pulling a page out of Cram's playbook, out of SRG OG?
seems to be.
It's got to be. The catch is going to be good.
Such a great answer to the diversions, to all those potential ambushes that could come in from TNC. It's a different kind of Sanford we're seeing.
If it is indeed Sanford's, they can still flip it over. They can give it to Daddy JP.
They could. Let's see what we got here. Again, both lineups. Honestly, both lineups looking good. I think for TLPH, they've got the idea on how to deal with TNC again, and there it is, yeah. So it is going to be Sanford on the Ruby. JP still on the Ilos, so interesting for game number 2. You guys can let us know, does TNC, that camaraderie we saw earlier on, do they have that classic poison in them to bring a game under their belt against TLPH here? Or will this be that victory that TLPH has been looking for after yesterday's match against Onyx? We will find out, as it's going to be match point here for TLPH.
Yep. It's been a while since we saw the Lu Yi again, but they might have to play this a bit more carefully, especially with the adjustment that was made. definitely it's gonna keep the opponent on their toes, but you get to know when the diversions are gonna happen. So that's the biggest adjustment that we're gonna be seeing, especially from the Lu Yi or from Lancy heading into this game. Looking at the emblems so far, I'm looking at the Rupee. So it's still the agility and the overall sustain. Oh!
Wow.
Blast Benny Cutie here, put him in half, forcing the regen.
They're up here too, even Carl Teasy. So knowing that information that Benny Cutie doesn't have the flicker, look for them to capitalize off that, even though JP's taking a couple shots here too. So some trading happening here, and I think even Oheb himself will play into this advantage if he can.
It's really interesting to see how the dynamic is gonna be between like the Ruby and the Hylos, because if earlier the play was JP could bait out some skills, he could get poked down. Oh, but wait, Zyga.
40. All right.
Yeah. So if that's gonna be the play, and JP is gonna get poked down, Sanford can go in at a later time and then just isolate some of the members. I don't think that is something a Ruby can do. It's not entirely playing all by himself that we could expect from a Ruby. It's more on being much more coordinated with your teammates, so you could set up and allow them to burst down particular heroes. Oh!
Ooh, like that.
Coming in with a flicker, I'm offended! Ooh. Compromising the position of Zyda. There's the Mountain Shocker, and the committal from 3mar. TZ. JP holding on, gets drawn first blood. 3mar finds him. Now 3mar in the sights of Sanford. That's a man down for TLPH. Zyda still on his way back. Oheb dropping the Zaman Force, finds the Mamba, slashing through. Down goes the Mamba, serving up a kill to the chef. He's cooking. In comes Benny Cutie, running for the hills. Or Team Liquid. And there's another I'm offended. Down goes 40. TNC are able to reposition. The Retribution still online here for Zyda. Look at 3mar pushing him back. Zyda secures the turtle for the Phoenix Army. Carl DZ goes down, traded up for 3mar. Sanji out. It's a full-on fight here in the lower part of the map. Down goes Lancy. JP the only one left standing.
Lancy tried to get out of the diversion, but man, talk about an extended team fight for that turtle.
Everyone just wants to be part of the fight. That was such an eager setup we saw from Sanford to start things off, but even both gold laners, they were already part of the first fight.
Oh, fight forever. They throw out that last part of the Mountain Shocker on to Chaknu. JP protecting Carl TZ. Sanji holding on. Off camera, what happened? 3mar finds 40.
Oh, that was that would have been a great thing to see, because 3mar just took it to Sanford 1v1.
I mean,
what happened?
One or two cameras might not be enough even, because even the gold laners both had to recall just now because they were poked down so low. So the laning phase has been so action-packed for both of these teams.
Ooh, Sanford, he could be feeling it on this Ruby, right now, the pressure as well. Carl TZ's there though too, so he's got that Dreadnought. Sanford needs a little bit more time to get, built on this Ruby though.
He's tasted that tail end of that bravest fighter thrown up by 3mar. Carl TZ securing his purple, prepping up for the turtle up in 30.
Yeah. I guess that's gonna be one of the biggest differences for Team Liquid here. It's more of a front to back approach that we might be seeing from them, so it might be a bit more predictable if you're TNC, and you're the team who can come in from the more unexpected angles if you're TNC, especially if you're 3mar. Because through this Lapu-Lapu, and we've seen it in as early as Turtle 1, he's been able to isolate, he's been able to deal so much pressure onto the members of Team Liquid Philippines. So they have to take that into account.
I'm offended! Comboed with all of it, plus the Mount Shocker, plus the Feathered Airstrike. Down goes Lancy. What does Liquid do with this advantage?
Ooh, and Benny's low too again. This is what I was saying earlier. The gold laners, these two will go at it 1v1. The fight for this turtle is going to break out though. We'll see at TLPH if they can get control of it. Diversion's going to be used to bring to the fight faster.
Saida going to secure this turtle. Finds Sanji at the back of that pit. Sends him away with the wings by wings. Look at this, Carl DZ stealing away the purple. Liquid playing the long game. Now Sanford caught between four. How does he survive? The answer is he doesn't. 3mar gets another kill.
Sanji will still use the Feathered Airstrike, but will not stay any longer. So they don't even get to trade the turret up top.
Zaman Force dropped in by Oheb, going 1v1 against Benny Cutie! Benny Benny wins!
Oh man, every single lane has these battles going on. I think we do need some more cameras here. Mid lane gonna be the focus.
Slow push here by TNC, converting those wins from lane to lane, even compromising Carl TZ's purple. The arena goes wild.
Yeah, all Carl TZ is able to do is just trade for now because they don't feel as confident enough to get into a fight. And once Team Liquid Philippines does their usual routine of surprising TNC, surprising a single member with a setup through a flicker I'm offended combo by Sanford, there's nothing else holding TNC back from setting up a fight themselves because they know that the flicker's gone for Sanford. They know the I'm offended's not there anymore. They know the ultimates are already down.
Long and short of it, the cavalry is ult dependent. If TNC sees or knows that the green dots are off, then they can pick fights, they can force things. Liquid getting some breathing room, gets a push up top, but that's it. That's all the cavalry have to their name, that tier 1 in the gold lane.
Yeah, I think a big part of this for TLPH to make it work is once Sanford gets a little bit more durable, I guess. I mean, he's had a really rough start, so that's definitely delayed them, and so he's leaning towards what you just mentioned, like this.
I'm offended, finds one, and it's Lancey once again. Look at Oheb trying to space out 3 more. This is not a good place to be for the Filipino sniper, and the rest of the cavalry respond. Oheb blinkers away. The Glorious Pathway dropped in by Daddy JP. Chaknu finds no one with the AOG, and they get away with murder. Liquid looking to reposition. Finds Chaknu once more. Benny pushing away. Mid lane goes down for the cavalry. Who's going to secure the turtle?
Even when they take out Lancey, TLPH knows they still can't win a team fight because they got to catch up on this, but they want to fight for this turtle.
That's 5 members of Liquid underneath the turtle, but little do they know, Benedict Gonzalez has taken the tier 2 down bottom. Zaida still secures. Feather Dash Strike not going to save Daddy JP. 3 more in total menace, sending back 4 members of Liquid.
He isn't on a Moskov, but he's doing the exact same thing. You could still feel the pressure coming in from Benny Cutie, and just now he even took away the purple buff from Carl TZ. They have such good map control in their hands right now. But fortunately for Team Liquid, Oheb's not too far behind.
Man, Benny even got that shield up top. Made a great push, or at bottom lane, got a good push there.
Oh yeah.
And, you know, he did work, so yeah, like, the fact that Benny Cutie is able to do that. Now, Oheb has maintained, you know, the gold difference between them, but it's just Benny Cutie playing the part, you know, doing what he needs to do on this carry. And it's funny because he hasn't been there for the majority of these fights, but, like, when he is, you're going to feel that damage. You're going to feel that shred coming through this carry now, so Smart jumping on in. Feathered Airstrike going to be dropped down, but it's just TLPH keeping them at bay. They've got about less than a minute to go ahead and decide how to approach this Lord fight up ahead of them.
Yeah, the entire front-to-back idea for Team Liquid Philippines is becoming such a problem too, because of the diversions that can follow up afterwards.
Chaknu with a conceal. What are they looking for? Finds a taunt onto JP. JP drops the Glorious Pathway. Sanford holding his ground. 3-Mark checks the bush, flushes him out.
Okay. So they're gonna keep themselves safe for now. It's a 3K gold lead in the hands of TNC, but Oheb gets caught!
Zaida finds Oheb. Oheb dropping his Diamond Force. 3-Mar here for the support. Chakra as well holding this brush. AOG coming in, taking down the Filipino sniper. Big ticket kill for the Phoenix Army.
Especially right as the Lord is going to come up here. TNC knowing they have a numbers advantage. Oheb still 15 seconds away. They might just try to blitz this, and TLPH might try to stop them actually as JP moves forward.
Oh, JP, another Glorious Pathway used defensively. Liquid should just let this Lord go. No contest for the cavalry.
Yeah, little did they know, Benny Cutie was also waiting in the right mid-bush, so it would have been very dangerous if they decided to engage. Even though Lancey didn't have the diversion at that time, so they couldn't really go around Team Liquid Philippines even if they tried to run away. It's still going to be very risky, so they might want to play the defense for now. Sanji seems to be doing okay, slightly ahead of Lancey in terms of gold as well. Already has the Blood Wings, so he could also keep himself safe a bit more. But where's this going? Ah, okay. It's just down.
Yeah, just sending Zaida down. So we get that Lith Wander. They got the Lord pushing in that bottom lane, and like I said, the shield was taken care of by Benny. Benny's push earlier on. So TLPH will go ahead and try to deal with this. I mean, they can still clear things out relatively quickly with the lineup that they have here. Sanji will get spotted out by Zyda. So they're going to try to hold it together and not lose this turret, but TNC wants to put some pressure here.
All right, forcing the Summon Force early on, and there's an offended, taking down Zyda. Great response from Liquid here, clearing the Lord.
I don't know if he was baited to get in that position. Oh, how easy though.
The conceal by JP from behind the Mount Shocker, thrown at the back line of TNC. AOG from the Mamba, still underneath the Revitalize. Liquid pushing forth. The Cavalry looking for some ground to cover. Carl Deasy throwing out them arrows, them basic attacks. Summon Force from Mohib. One more time against Benny Cutie. He can't take it. Serving up the kill to Lancey. Another high value target for TNC. Take it out.
Lancey wanted to get a kill. He's been pulled by Sanford all game. You know, go ahead and get Oheb. Oheb having a hard time to make this Harith work here.
He could have survived, but the lethal ignition, that was what took him down. And we saw that missed opportunity, that missed flicker, I'm offended too, from Sanford. It could have been different if only that landed.
You know what? That boy don't have enough shields yet. So he needs maybe one more item. He has the, I like to call it the expensive trinity.
Yeah.
He's got the feather, the Starlim Sight, and the Holy Crystal, but maybe one more. He was short one more. That's where we felt really the difference between Benny and Oheb's farm right now.
Yeah, Benny's, like I said, Benny's been doing the work. You can see the amount of, that's actually surprising too. I mean, the amount of damage that 3mar is doing, and he's also building kind of this hybrid, and he's only got that War Axe, but just Lapu is able to do so much damage when he jumps on in, pops the Bravest Fighter, and is durable too. So that seems to be a big problem for TLPH. So that was just something, that was a great thing to take when it came to the draft to give over 3mar.
Oh, I don't know if Oheb, all right, no. It's a very dangerous spot to be in.
Oh my goodness. Even though JP was there, but they use the Magic Sentry, they only get to find where Chaknu is. But another major problem I feel is Lancey, if not taken down first, is just able to capitalize on all those passive, on all those dispersion rotations, and TLPH grouping up is not helping them either, but they have no choice but to stick together and group up.
Okay, the fight for this Lord is going to be a big one, because I think even for TLPH, they know that they could still potentially take this. It's mostly just being able to withstand what TNC can throw at them. Charge up from Chaknu.
Gets 2 taunts! Baby Cake sent back! Another feathered airstrike denied because Sanji can't find ground. That's already called easy off the map, as well as Oheb. Baby Cakes down, forcing a defensive flicker from Sanford. JP falls too, and it's just San left to cobble together a defense.
It was so unfortunate that no one was able to watch out for that rush. That was a very deadly bush. But Carl Tizzy stood there, and as much as he was beside someone, that wasn't enough to save it. Unfortunately, he was beside Oheb. That was Baby Cakes.
There was a rattlesnake in that brush, and it was so perfect for TNC. Just barely unable to take down that mid lane at tier 3, but it's over already. Zyda got what he wanted.
Yeah, they got a whole lot. I mean, those turrets, the 2 of them in the mid and bottom stand just with 1 HP. And TLPH, you know, I thought that they would even be in a position to contest that Lord, but great play from Chaknu, great play even from Lancia. I feel like, you know, we forget about this Lu Yi pick, and then every single time that it pops up, it's like, yeah, she's still, you know, she's still competitive in a way, not just with the diversions, but even the damage, you know, that she's able to pump out, especially with the yin-yang, the reactions that she gets from her passive and everything else. So if we look at it, 6,000 behind for TLPH, trying to defend into the base here. They're clearly going to lose the base turrets, but do they have the potential to stay in this game? I think Oheb has had the most difficult time coming online here, you know, this time around. And so there's only so much that you can do. This might be one of those instances where they just have to pull off a miracle defense to make this work.
Yep. OHEB does have the Holy Crystal already though, and they might want to respect that a bit. So they're waiting for the other waves to come up and just focus on the base turrets for now. But Chaknu,
looking for a taunt. Just enough space to buy to be able to push that mid lane tier 3. And Liquid are holding on to their final one. OHEB flickering out of the AOG.
Oh no.
Better airstrike, the answer by Sanji. Mount Shocker looking for them to lock someone down. Chaknu here, gonna get his immortality pop. And there's so much damage coming from Lancy. And now Zyda dashing through. Puncture, puncture, puncture. Looking for one more. Called easy. Looking to finish the job. Thorn Rose saves him. No one falls. Not yet.
So close. Zyda even himself buying so much time with the Thorn Rose, the punctures, and everything else. Staying in it, but you can just see how much damage is being done to TLPH, but ultimately they stay in the game. They lost all the base turrets, but they bought themselves some more time, and I would say that's what they need. That's what OHEB needs to get back online, and even Sanford to get a little more sturdy here for this, because right now TNC is just on fire, and they're able to kind of take what they want.
yeah, that's all they need, and that's what they really have to do. They have to prolong the fight a bit more so that OHEB gets to complete his items, gets to dish out the right amount of damage, and just the same for Carl TZ, because again earlier we saw the ability of a Yi Sun-shin in the late game. Once you get to make use of the information through the Mountain Shocker, right? Once you get to base whatever moves you do next on the information you get from that, especially if it's a fast-paced decision that we're talking about. And this is Team Liquid Philippines. Once they get online, once they're able to activate that Liquid Stampede, which they've been waiting for, that is what TNC needs to watch out for. But for now, at the very least, it's still pretty much TNC under control and Team Liquid who has to find an opening.
Okay, Lord is for the taking. It's at half health. JP's going to give the information, and they know it. TNC will pull off the Lord for now. And will TLPH actually go ahead and push this? The mid lane being held together. That lane at the bottom is going to be pushing in, so they'll have to clear that. OHEB will deal with it.
Oh.
This is the opening here.
Shocker with a good seal, finds two. Mount Shocker, Sanji flickering away. JP pops to revitalize. An AOG defensively used by Chaknu here. 3 Martizi, the only one in the front line. In comes Zyda and Lancy too, dropping the damage. A 10th of the health left on the Lord.
So low.
Where is Zyda? In retribution range. Carl TZ secures. Down goes Sanji, taken up by Benny Cutie. OHEB versus Benny. Round 2. And Benny still wins. Taken down by Carl TZ. Thou shalt not take my baby cakes.
A 2-for-1 in favor of TNC, but Team Liquid Philippines gets to secure the Lord. And without Benny, they might be a bit more encouraged to look for another fight because they have the Lord in their hands, but they have to wait a bit longer for their other members to come back.
Oh man, that was such a good team fight for the Lord here. They delayed it so much. This is after the Lord was taken. And even this, OHEB going with Benny Cutie and then Sanford's like, hey, I'll come and clean it up. But now, oh, they're going to go again.
One more time. Here's the answer. I'm offended. Carl TZ gets caught out. Immortality jungle. In he goes. AOG. Carl TZ barely alive.
Oh!
1 HP. Sanji pops an immortality there. Another rotation coming in from Lancy. The damage in comes OHEB. Still holding on to the Zaman Force. And look at the discipline in this young man. A very close call. The arena doesn't know what's going on.
The Winter Crown and everything else that was switched on forward. Bottom enough time. They still have the Lord to deal with, man, but TNC is fighting to stay in this one now.
The Superfans are on the edge of their seats.
Even I can't believe what happened just now. Zyda still being alive after all that. Oh, Chaknu gets caught though.
All right, 2v2. JP holding that small brush. Chaknu gonna get his immortality pump. No, the revitalize able to keep him down. Sanji with a third airstrike. Zyda dashing out through puncture 1, puncture 2. AOG by the bomba. Knocks him up. OHEB and Sanji working on it. Benny Cutie coming through. Down goes Sanford. This is a losing fight for TLPH. But look at that push down bottom. 3 more here, gonna get caught out. Zaman Force, down he goes. The chef cooks him a lethal dish.
Woo, what a trade. Both XP laners going down. But I would say, you know, TNC did what they had to do to stop that Lord push coming further for TLPH.
Whoa, 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 whoa. This is a dangerous brush. Sanji found him in. Zyda's circling around like a shark. Sanji goes and finds Benny Cutie. Benny flickers forward, taking down the team captain.
I can't believe he went for that. He was surrounded by 3. Didn't even know that Zaida was a bit ahead. So he could have also provided some support if needed, but oh, what a call from Sanji. The flicker from Benny Cutie. Didn't even have tough boots or anything. So was that just a well-timed reaction?
This might have been a stroke of genius. I don't know if it's going to pay off just yet. Maybe Sanji baited out the flicker from Benny.
Yeah, before this Lord.
He's going to make it to the Lord fight. Some tell me he can wings by wings in, but look, the instincts on Benny Cutie.
Hey, man, we're going to find out. The Lord is up. It started. Benny Cutie knows he doesn't have that for a minute. So could they delay it, or are they going to go for it? Chaknu charging on up.
Looking for a target. Mountain Shocker coming in. Oheb, cocked and loaded. That's his Zaman Force off of cooldown. JB, oh, the jump in, the AOG. Chaknu very low. Zaida secures the Lord, but Chaknu falls. 3 more as well, gonna get taken down here. There's Immortality.
Benny!
There's Benny! Look at Benny, is inside the base! Somebody stop him! In comes Sanji, looking to clear the way. And he gets taken down by the Immortality. Benny going still, and the minions are gonna fall here. Not so fast! Liquid live! And they are wiped out, TNC Pro Team. Nowhere to be found!
What a play! Benny went for it! They've seen it time and time again, but not this time, says TLPH.
They're still complete. They have all 5 members, and they're gonna make quick work of this Lord in an attempt to go for that one-way push. They have a complete minion wave alongside them, and the earliest to return is gonna be Chaknu, but that's only Chaknu!
Vintage Benny Cutie. His former teammates have seen it many a times before, but they won't let it through. Liquid Philippines sweep the series.
In a nail-biting game 2. And just when Benny thought he had it, TLPH said no.
You could hear the cavalry. That was not an easy win for Team Liquid Philippines.
TNC made him work.
Oh my goodness, there were just so many things to consider. Sanji couldn't really toss out the veteran airstrike whenever he wanted to. Sanford wasn't able to do the same things he was able to do when he was on the Lapu-Lapu, and Carl TZ had to play a bit more reserved. But props to TNC. It was close, it was close. There were multiple times like the Benny Cutie just wanted to go for it.
What an amazing game we just got to see in a series to finish out week 1 here. I know the fans loved it. I know everybody watching around the world loved it because we were so close, man. We were so close to going to a game 3. I really thought that we had it there, and so many times we've seen that little mini map of Benny Cutie pushing, you know, believing that he can end it there, but it was so well done too. Maybe the Ruby was part of why they stayed in the game. The game utilizing that pole there. So again, great game we had. I can't wait to hear what we have for our winners interview in just a second here, but phenomenal game. And we're gonna be thrown over on the stage with Hans and Odin, and of course with Team Liquid Philippines.
Cavalry, it was all too familiar, getting their first sweep of the season. Your winners,
Team Liquid Philippines!
Oh my goodness, nakatayo na ang buong Cavalry na nandito ngayon sa MPL Arena. Sanford, talk to us about that final matchup. It was all too familiar. Kakampi nyo si Benny Cutie, and you've been doing that for quite some time before he was your teammate. Ano bang nangyari? Ano bang comms nun during that final clash that made it happen?
Actually po kaming 4 di namin nakita. Si Sanji po talaga yung nakapansin, kaya siya rin yung nag-call na tumitipi si Benny. Pauwi na ako yan, sabi niya.
Sanji with the call to make that happen.
Ang ganda nun nangyari yan. Halos ngayon di pa rin kami makahinga, and I'm sure ganun din ang buong Cavalry. They're all so proud of you. And Sanford, nababanggit mo sa interviews na gusto mong makilala bilang best XP laner ng ating liga. Kailan ba yung time na sa tingin mo ay matatawag mo na yung sarili mong best XP laner?
Siguro feel ko po kapag nakapag world champ ulit ako.
Like it. You know, meron pa silang mindset eh. In fact, ang hinahabol nila ngayon is the immortal run, the golden road, and I want to know more from the face of MLBB. I think this is the first time na tinawag ka niyan ngayon. Because again, you've been, you know, the young prodigy to the face. Ngayon, you acknowledge na ikaw na ang GOAT because everybody acknowledges that you're the GOAT. Tama ba? Do you think he's the GOAT? Deservingly so, Carl Tizzy. And this was a statement game. Yan ang sinasabi ng ating mga casters. Towards your road, papunta doon, you know yung mga kailangan yung pagdaanan. How hard would you think it be at ano ang kailangan yung gawin para makumpleto ang taon na ito?
Tingin ko po, need pa namin i-improve yung laro namin. Kasi ngayon talaga, feel ko kakabalik lang talaga namin. Kaya medyo shaky pa yung laro namin. Pero tingin ko kaya naman talagang konting batak pa.
You know, in that finals rematch from yesterday, it was Onyx Philippines, quite familiar kasi naririnig ko din na gustong-gusto talaga nila na bumawi sa inyo and they were able to exact on that. Looking forward sa mga susunod nyo magiging laban, what's the mindset that the GOAT has for this season?
Yung mindset ko lang po, siguro kami naman pong lahat, parang back to zero kami lahat. Kasi dikit na dikit yung laban Kasi yun, kagaya kanina, parang feel ko di pa namin laro yun
That was, you know, the mindset that they definitely have. And Carl Tizzy, before I let you go, there are a lot of your fans na nagpunta dito para suportahan kayong lahat. Same sa kanilang mga bahay. Anong mensahe mo para sa kanilang lahat?
Sa mga supporters namin dyan na pumunta dito, tsaka sa team bahay dyan, patuloy nyo lang kami supportahan, gagalingan pa namin.
There we finally have it. Wrapping up their first win, your winners, Team Liquid Philippines!
Once again, let's hear it from the Cavalry. Team Liquid, make some noise!
Everybody is ecstatic. Everybody is happy with what they saw, getting their first win of the season.
And I think mind blown din ang ating mga casters sa desk. Kaya ibalik na natin sa ating casters.
Thank you so much, Hans, Odin, and of course, congratulations to Team Liquid Philippines. A victory by sweep. Again, I thought we were going to game 3. I think a lot of people did, but hey, it's a sweep for TLPH.
I was emotionally prepared to go all the way.
That's true. I mean, after seeing just how ahead TNC was, Zyda felt like there was no one there to hold him down. Not until the last moment, not until the last few moments where Sanford was able to catch him finally. But Benny Cutie, those attempts from Benny Cutie, I missed seeing that. It wasn't as successful, but I missed seeing that.
Classic Benny. But what I do like and I do enjoy is the fact that the setup of the bait by Sanji paid off, and then TNC pivoted and said, you know what, Benny, just go for the back door, don't join the fight, they're gonna try to kill you. And Liquid still read into that. And because of that, you get a back-to-back MVP performance by the face of the game, the man who completed MLBB, Carl Tizzy.
I'm glad he's starting to accept it, you know? Now he's like, okay, I'll accept the GOAT title. Very deserving, but you know, like you mentioned, Leo, it was a good attempt with the play that Sanji made, and then TNC had a game plan for it too. In a very, I still want to say, like, even without the Ruby, maybe that would have been enough where the minions were hitting it, and then would have been enough time to end it to the game. But still a good response for TLPH. Nothing like that's going to go, you know, under their nose there. Because I even think, like, if Benny Cutie happened to join that fight, would it really have changed the course of things? You know, like, would he have been able to escape them TLPH trying to get him down or anything like that? But nonetheless, it's TLPH that gets that victory. And this was a hard-fought win. This was a challenge for TLPH because TNC, man, they were giving it to TLPH in some of these moments, as we see from the highlights here. And I think even across the board, Zyda had a hell of a game. You can really commend him here on this Lancelot that was picked up first, again, as priority. Even 3-Mar, I think, like, he was doing so much. I mean, he was at top of the damage at one point, too.
I think this was the most TNC we've seen from this lineup, or I feel like a lot of people have been expecting to see. Like this level of unstoppable aggression you see from all sides, from all players, be it in the gold lane, be it in the roamer and the EXP laner going in at the same time, and then just Zaida doing Zaida things, those clutch moments where he was able to secure the objective for his team despite every single member of Team Liquid Philippines grouping up together. And this, it was really Sanji who spotted it out first. Like, I'm surprised to see he was able to find it, and that even when he went back first, Team Liquid Philippines were still able to win the fight that they left. So it was a clean win, a complete wipeout. We were just on the edge of our seats because Benny did seem like, even after the immortality was popped, like he had enough time to end it, but Sanford caught up.
Yeah, that's right. I think if Liquid did not fire off on all cylinders and covered all their bases, it would have been a successful defense, yes, but they would have lost the turnaround if members of TNC were left alive. So, great call by the Cavalry. They saw that through from when Sanji set it up in that orange bush, orange side bush down bottom, all the way to the final moments.
Yeah, it was, it's those small things within a game that really play the part in a victory or a loss.
They add up.
They add up. And again, I have to agree. Like, this is some of the best that we've seen from TNC. Hopefully they can get their win next week, because I think you could take a lot from this match alone against TLPH and learn from it and move forward.
I don't know if those feathers stack up, but it must have been just Oheb in the thick of things, just juggling. Yeah.
Because I like, even for TNC, there were multiple Winter Crown juggles we saw in that one moment wherein everyone was just trying to escape. I think that was the time where Carl TZ just had the perfect timing of a Traceless to avoid the AOG and run back into the base. There were multiple moments actually of him using that perfectly timed Traceless to keep him alive. And so I think that's another thing which adds up to why he is the game MVP. Because if this were any other person, or if this were any other Yusunshin player, he would have died a lot more than how Carl TZ was able to perform here, because TNC had all their eyes set on the Yusunshin. Every single time they find him, 3Mar's there, Chaknu's there, but he still somehow finds a way to get to get away and to survive.
Yeah, I think, again, Carl TZ just being one of those players that's still, you know, it's always amazing to watch him on whatever hero he decides to play. And so I'd be surprised if he still gets his hands on the YSS on some of the matches moving forward. But yeah, nonetheless, he's our BPI rich guy. Amazing game, amazing series for TLPH and for Carl TZ specifically here.
In this precipice of his career, Yusunshin seems to be the perfect hero to describe Carl TZ. He has his eyes on the map.
Yeah.
It still has some mechanical demands, but he can carry the game from where he stands as well. Like, this is the perfect Carl TZ hero right now in August 2025.
Yeah. After he's been through almost all the metas in the game.
Yeah, he's had his Lancelot era.
Yeah, the Fredrin.
He's had his Fredrin era, and then he had even his Baksha era in early 2024, and now this is his Yusunshin era.
Has anybody ever asked him what his favorite would be, like the era of him, like what he plays? I wonder what that would be.
I'll ask him.
Yeah, you ask him. You ask him, and then you report back next week, because I'm sure our viewers want to know as well. You know, but I don't know. Maybe still the Lancelot. But yeah, that's week one. Holy moly, week one is already done and dusted. That was quick. Do you guys think it was quick?
It was. I want to see the standings.
Flew by.
I already want to see the standings. Like, is it really twisted up there?
Oh yeah, for sure.
It should.
Numbers wise.
Yeah.
So,
Twisted should be up there. But I know even
Onyx too.
Onyx up there. And I just think in general, again, even if you think last season, like TNC, this kind of game that they had against TLPH is, you know, maybe we wouldn't have seen this last season, but now already in opening week, you have a lot of surprises from teams. I feel like here for the first week, and that's why I think a lot of us are in store for a really good season 16 ahead of us. And at this point, you know, you kind of have like a general idea after week one I don't know. I need to see week 2, maybe 3 or 4.
I'll see it all the way. I want to see it.
Maybe 5, 6, 7, and 8, man. Maybe.
That's true. I'm like, I can't tell what, if like you were to ask me what my power standings are after week 1, I'm still not so sure anymore. But these are the actual standings we have after week 1, so it is Twisted Minds up there.
Like, I did not, even if I did a power standings or anything like that, this would not have been my ending of week 1.
Not at all.
Like, Twisted at top, APBR at 3, Onyx there at 2, Omega in the middle there with TLPH, and then you got Roar and TNC at the bottom.
Even Roar at TLPH, like 6 and 7? This is so odd.
It's sad to see that because like in the Hull, Wolf did mention that teams who usually get an early 0-2 don't fare well later on in the season, and as of now it's TNC.
But like, I can't say that, like, after seeing what we just saw, like, now I can't say, I can't say that.
A weekend, it might be too early to say, but not a single team in the league now will lie down and take it. Not a single team is a free match.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. We gotta see how our Fancy Labin's doing after the first week. Hey, look what this
Oh my God!
shows us.
Even in Fancy Laban, the Minds are rolling everybody.
Wait, so they should be number
be
1, right?
So,
am I?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is my math correct? Like, shouldn't the Minds be at number 1?
I think this is something that we should just amend. But yeah, the Minds are on the loose, man. They are wild.
They are connected by the mind.
So if they win in the MPL, they win in Fancy Laban.
Yes. That's called the Mind Link.
The Twisted Minds hive mind.
We have it.
So it's really the Twisted mindset. Like, it's not the common mindset that they have between.
I don't think I'd call the Twisted mindset a common mindset.
It's a special, unique.
Very rare.
Rare.
Yeah, it is. It's very rare, but I'm happy to see it, man. Week 1 is going to be like that, and you got Twisted Minds at top. I think even for the fan base of Twisted Minds, the Minds are really excited about that, to go ahead and continue to see if they can, because that was the whole question we had before, earlier when we opened up today.
Yeah.
Which team's going to be rolling on with the momentum into week 2 after week 1 ended? And the answer is clear. It's going to be the Minds. Hopefully they can continue to build on it too, going next week.
Yeah. I'm so happy for them too, because like even in interviews they keep saying, or APBR and the Twisted Minds, they keep saying that they don't have as much fans. Like, the audience isn't as much compared to when other teams play. But after this week 1 performance, especially if they're able to keep it up, they're gonna keep getting fans.
Yep, and we're gonna be hearing from Wolf one more time. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Brigida. We'll see you guys next week. Here's Wolf for the Howl.
Welcome to the Howl. And I know you caught your breath already as I lost my voice screaming after that game. That was a wonderful series that we've seen between TLPH going up against TNC. Unfortunately for the Phoenix Army, they're going to start this season 16 with another 0-2 record. For TLPH, they have found that they have found their, they have woken up, essentially. But I think that they are, number 1, express proof. That is what they proved to us, especially in game number 2, where it was a carry that was picked up by TNC with a Loyi as well as this Lancelot that actually was utilized so properly by TNC. In fact, I honestly thought that TNC has got it in the bag, but there was one specific moment we saw where TNC lost control of the game. And I'm not talking about the split push coming out from Benecuti. I'm gonna talk about that last Lord fight. If you look back that moment, there was that reset that TNC did. And they thought that TLPH will also allow the Lord to reset. And the thing is, if the Lord is going back to the pit, but somebody else attacked the Lord, now the HP of that Lord will not be reset. In fact, because of the fact that it was a soft reset only for the side of TNC, Zaida had to come back, and that's why he died in front of Carl TZ and the rest of TLPH. I feel that that was really the defining moment. But the second defining moment is related to my second point today. It's the TLPH's disaster and risk reduction and management cavalry. I think they have their own department about this, probably because they know how to employ this in the past. And even if you heard the interview, you know that they know what Benecuti was up to. They recalled back, and I think Sanjay found a good opening to get out and not canceled his recall from anyone from the members of TNC. That's why Benny Cutie's plans was actually not accomplished. That's why TLPH is on top of our standings. And that has been my analysis. I hope you enjoyed the week as much as I did. Thank you so much. And now we're going to be throwing it over to the hosts.
That marks week number 1, day 3. Ibang klase ang nakita natin from all of the teams. May mga nagpasiklab at may mga nagpakilalang muli.
Pinatalon nila ang ating mga puso, and just today, Twisted Minds is on a great run, undefeated for the first week of this season, at tinapos nila itong linggo against APBR.
At ibang klase din yung pinakahuling serye natin para sa linggong ito, because it's Team Liquid Philippines, the defending champions of our country, getting their first win via an intense sweep kontra sa Phoenix Army, and there's nowhere to go but up para sa TNC.
Kakaibang chemistry na rin talaga ang pinapakita nila at pinapatunayan nilang mas malakas sila pag magkakasama dahil isa na nga rin silang pamilya dahil Sunday, Family Day.
You know, I'm kind of expecting and wondering if a lot of people would think na pwede bang week to na agad dahil marami pa tayong makikita. There's gonna be a lot of consistent plays and who will crumble in the pressure. We will find more about that later on.
Dito lamang yan makikita sa MPL Arena, kaya kita-kits tayo next week dito sa MPL Philippines Season 16!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PIN, yes. Di mo matitinag aming bosses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we cannot be winners, but with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup, pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila.
Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y
malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami